So it's live stream. The only thing I need is your link
Yeah,
via email.
it's setting up. Let me make sure it goes all the way through.
So it's live stream. The only thing I need is your link.
Yep, sending it to you now.
It's setting up. Let me make sure it goes all the way through.
So it's live stream. The only thing I need is your link.
Yep, sending it to you now. It's setting up. Let me make sure it goes all the way through.
Okay, sent you the link. Good morning, David. How are you doing this morning?
Morning, Mr. Mueller. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you.
What is there a time limit for speakers? Is it 5 minutes, 10 minutes, something like that?
3 minute limit. We have a laundry list to get through, so I'm in the role of enforcer today, basically. So we'll be adhering to that pretty strictly with the amount of people that have signed up.
You got it. Mr. Mueller, are you with the PRC or with?
Yes, I'm in the Office of General Counsel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner O'Connell.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioner. This is David Lay. I'm your court reporter.
Good to see you again, Mr. Lee.
And you.
I'll try to talk slow.
I'd appreciate it.
Do we have a sense for how many people have signed up?
I have 44 and counting right now.
Okay.
Anna's working on a second batch that she says of people that have asked to register. Of course, right now I only have 9 people in the waiting room, so we'll see how many actually show up from the laundry list.
And then you're running the timer, is that right, Hans?
Yeah, I've got the timer, I've got the list. So after you do your introductory statements, I'll do the statement of the enforcer and place myself in the enforcer role, showing people that I'll have a clock. It'll be strictly enforced due to the amount of time, and I will mute you if I feel you are abusing your time.
Well, Commissioner, I just would like to say that with a 3-minute time limit, in my experience, you'll get people trying to say 10 minutes of stuff in 3 minutes. And so if they're talking too fast, it may get out of hand.
Okay, and so you've got license to tell people to slow down and I mean, I understand signups versus actually appeared. I think it's better if we can collect as many as we can today than, you know, because with the weather, there were some people that were going to be in person. In person will disrupt the schedule we've got for the hearing tomorrow, which is or next week, which is pretty tight. So anyway, Mr. Lee, if you need people to slow down, speak up.
I will, sir. And thank you for that leeway.
Always. You've got the hardest job here, so.
think the only person I'm waiting on is our hearing examiner.
I wasn't sure he was gonna be here, so.
Okay, maybe not then.
I mean, I think we can get started without him, but
Okay, all right, then everyone be forewarned. I'm letting the rest of the group in at this point.
Mr. Mueller, if you would ask everybody who speaks to spell their name first, that'd be great.
We'll do that, Mr. Lee.
are we ready to start, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
Great. Good morning, everyone. This is the public comment hearing regarding PNM's October 3rd, 2022 application for a grid modernization plan. It's been assigned commission case number 22-0058-UT. My name is Pat O'Connell. I am a commissioner of the Public Regulation Commission, currently chair of the PRC, and I'll be presiding over the public comment hearing this morning. So, for background, in its application, PNM has asked the commission to authorize or approve PNM's grid modernization implementation plan, which represents years 1 through 6 of PNM's overall 11-year strategy for grid modernization. PNM's grid mod project costs and related ongoing operations and maintenance costs, a proposed grid mod rider for which an advice notice will be filed after approval of the application, regulatory assets and liabilities associated with PNM's grid mod proposal, the proposed format of an opt-out consent form and the methodology to determine PNM's proposed cost-based opt-out fees, reporting criteria by which PNM proposes to establish a baseline regarding the deployment of the grid mod projects, variances from Commission Rules 410 and 530, and a revision to PNM's petition for variance from Rule 17.9.560 NMAC and case number 2124. So with us for this public comment session this morning is myself, PRC's Chief of Staff, Troy Corey, Hans Mueller and Judith Amer from the Commission's Office of General Counsel. Not seeing if there are attorneys for the parties. This is also being live streamed via YouTube, so there will be quite a few people watching that I can't account for. And then also present are David Lee, our court reporter, so he's going to provide a transcription of this proceeding, and Anna Krippenbach, the legal assistant for the hearing examiners, who's assisting with registration of commenters and the logistical issues for this Zoom proceeding. So we're here today to receive oral comments that any persons interested in these proceedings wish to submit. The public hearings where the substance of PNM's application will be tested by parties in this case is scheduled to begin at 9 a.m. on Monday, March 20th, 2023. And is scheduled to run through Thursday, March 23rd, 2023. After those evidentiary hearings have concluded, the parties will file legal briefs based on the evidence taken during the hearings. The hearing examiner will issue a recommended decision. The parties will have the opportunity to file exceptions to the recommended decision. Myself and the other commissioners will review the recommended decision, the exceptions, the evidentiary record, and reach a final decision on the merits of PNM's application. A final decision of the commission is expected the mid or late part of this summer in 2023. So the procedure we'll follow in this public comment hearing is as follows. I'll call on the folks who've registered with Mrs. Kippenbrock according to the Zoom registrant list that she's provided me. We'll need to be able to see you as you're making your public comments, so please appear on the Zoom video feed. If you don't have the ability to appear on video, please say so during your comment. When I call on you to give your public comment, please close your YouTube link over which this public comment hearing is being simulcast. If YouTube's running while you're making a comment through Zoom, we'll hear the YouTube audio in the background, so it'll make it impossible to hear what you're saying. Your public comment should be limited to 3 minutes maximum. We have quite a few people registered wishing to give comment, and so please be respectful to them also and limit yourself to 3 minutes. Timer will appear on the Zoom screen, so you'll know how you're doing on time. When you've completed your comment, please exit the Zoom meeting and watch the remainder of the public comment hearing on the YouTube feed. And then again, Mr. Lee's making a transcription of this, so that will also be posted so you can read the comments that are provided in the future. If you have more than can be said in 3 minutes, please prepare the remainder in written form and file it with the commission. Written comments can be filed with the commission at any time up to the day that the commission makes the final decision in this case. Commission will accept only electronic filings, so email your written comments to, and I'll read an email address for you. It's prc.records, so prc.records@ state.nm.us. So prc.records@state.nm.us. And please be sure to include the docket number for the case, which, as I mentioned earlier, is case number 22-0058-UT. If you have any questions about submitting written comments, you can also send an email to Ms. Kippenbrock, and she will help you with that. So finally, especially if you're unfamiliar with this format, please speak slowly. If you have your comments prepared in writing, it's just human nature. You'll read faster than you would speak normally. And so please be cognizant of that. And what we really want is a great transcription of this session. And so it's important for Mr. Lee to be able to perform the service he's providing, that you can speak slowly enough that he can create the transcript. So then also, after I call you, please make sure you're unmuted on Zoom. And then to begin your comments, state your full name, your affiliation with any group you may be speaking on behalf of, if that applies to you. So now, before we take public comments, just checking to see if there are any other commissioners on the meeting who may want to say something.
Chairman O'Connell, there are no other commissioners currently participating.
Great, thank you. So I think we're ready to begin then. So if you could read the names of the first commenter and who will follow the first commenter, then we can get going.
Thank you, Chairman O'Connell. What I'm going to do, everyone, to let you know, everyone's probably wondering, where am I in the list? I'm going to briefly share my screen to give a glimpse of essentially who will be in the first half hour, the first 10 people that are signed up, so you get a sense of where you fall in the first list. I'm going to go straight down the list. If I call your name and you do not respond or fail to unmute yourself in a reasonable period of time, I will skip you. I will come back at the end of the session to once again offer the opportunity, but due to the amount of people today, I will not have the ability to kind of check back up the list. to see if you are currently present. So let me share my screen real quick so everyone gets a good sense of where they fall. The first three people will be Deborah Anderson, Saley Sweeney, William Athis, Jennifer Robbins, Nicholas Robbins, continuing down the list here. Right now, we have 44 people that have asked to be signed up. And I believe there are more coming. So this is an indication of who will be in this first half hour, at least, going down to Louise Hummingbird. Please know that I know Commissioner O'Connell indicated that I would be displaying the timer. I am going to be keeping track of that. This is my timer set on 3 minutes. I'm going to be keeping track of that behind the scenes. But just to let everyone know, this is what I'll be using. If I displayed it and shared my screen, all we'd see for this entire recording would be this timer. I'd rather see your faces. I'd rather see your comments of what you'll be providing. At the end of this 3 minutes, if you are still going on, I will interrupt you and indicate to please conclude your comments. At that time, I would ask that you quickly conclude your comments to allow for the next person to go. If I feel you are abusing your time, I do have the ability to mute you, but I will only do so if I have asked you to conclude and you have failed to conclude. So please be respectful of everyone's time today. And we all want to hear your comments. And as Commissioner O'Connell said, if you feel you have more to add, you are free to file written comments with us so that everything can be on the record. At the beginning, when I call your name, when you first start speaking, please clearly state and spell your name for Mr. Lee. I will not count that time toward your 3 minutes, but that is what helps us get a transcript. Once you have identified yourself and spelled your name for Mr. Lee, I will begin the clock once you begin your commentary period. After you conclude your comments, please mute yourself. I do not want to be kind of tracking down who's making noise, but please be respectful and mute yourself after you have concluded your comments. That being said, I thank everyone for showing up today, and I think we will be able to get through this in good order and being able to give everyone a fair opportunity to comment. And with that, Chairman O'Connell, I think we can begin. So I will call the first person that was on my list, Deborah Anderson.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm on audio and not Zoom.
Yeah, we can hear you, Deborah.
Okay. You spell my name DebraAnderson.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to go ahead?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Deborah Anderson. I live in Santa Fe. We have a lot in common, Commissioner, as hearing examiner. You are all successful professionals, and so am I. In fact, I'm a documentary filmmaker who won an Emmy Award. Because of my work is often about the energy industry, we also have that in common. A few years ago, we also had in common the idea that electromagnetic fields from modern technology are probably mostly safe. You are lucky to be able to keep thinking that. I'm not so fortunate. 2 years ago, I became electromagnetically reactive from my exposure to computers, Wi-Fi, and my smartphone. I'm part of the first generation to spend 30 years working with them. Electromagnetic reactivity is not subtle, it's not imaginary, it's physical, blatant, and brutal. In 2021, my life became a nightmare. I had superpowers that I didn't want. If I was near any electromagnetic frequency at all, I would feel it. It was terrifying. I had to turn off all the breakers, Wi-Fi, computers, and appliances in my house. The refrigerator was moved outside. I cooked outside on a camp stove for almost a year until I could get a propane installed in the kitchen. People always ask me what it feels like. It felt like I had overdosed on electricity, rocking myself during the night as it skittered across my skin. The last time I was able to look at my cell phone, it felt like blunt lasers went through my eyeballs, into my brain, and electricity crackled across the back of my skull. Try to imagine any of this happening to you or to a loved one, to someone living in your own home, and the complications to living that would cause. Now I know this stuff isn't safe. Yes, I plan to opt out. I know some states have free opt-out, but this isn't enough. I hope don't have to move or go completely off-grid somewhere. But the new meters PNM is proposing, Gen 5 Riva by Itron, I might have to. This new kind, in addition to cell phone and Wi-Fi radiation, also communicate using PLC, power line carrier on the wires that go throughout the house and to the neighbors' houses. If any neighbor sharing the same PNM transformer as me has one of these, I will have PLC on all the wires in my house. Theoretically, I could have a large filter installed to block the PLC, but it would require a licensed electrician and cooperation with PNM. I'm told it would cost thousands of dollars. Should that be on me? Here's what I ask. Do the research, hear the evidence. Are cell phones a Class B carcinogen? Are there hundreds of scientists and doctors who say the safety standards are totally inaccurate, like Professor James Lynn, who in IEEE's own journal called for the ALARA principle that radio frequency exposure should be as low as reasonably possible. Be diligent, and if you are, hopefully you'll never find out the way I did, the hard way.
Please conclude.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Hans, I don't have the list of names, so if you could call the next person and notify the person
Absolutely.
behind that person that they're next.
The next person on the list is Sally Sweeney, and after that will be William Athis. Sally, if you are connected, please unmute yourself. Hearing no response. William Athis.
Yes, good morning, all. Excuse me. My name is William Athis. That's spelled Williamathas. I live in Albuquerque and have been a resident of New Mexico for over 30 years. I have a PhD in epidemiology and was a professor of population health at UNM for over 20 years. I have expertise in environmental health and public health geography, and I represent myself here today. New Mexico Executive Order 2005-56 conveys a duty to the PRC to consider environmental justice and disproportionate exposures to environmental hazards, particularly in low-income disadvantaged communities. PNM is now seeking approval to introduce a new environmental hazard into New Mexico, smart meters that emit RF radiation. However, their application does not address the disproportionate exposures which will occur, especially in low-income areas. Whereas single-family homes have a single meter, multi-unit housing typically involves a bank of meters, all clustered together. These may be located on the exterior wall of a bedroom, a living room, or a child's nursery. Meter banks vary in size up to and over 100 meters clustered together, 100 meters clustered together, all on a single wall that may be shared by a child's nursery or bedroom, other living quarters in an apartment or other multi-unit housing structure. The greater the number of meters, the longer the daily exposure time. For example, 100 meters translates to 100-fold longer daily exposure time compared to a single meter. That's a fairly large differential in exposure. In urban areas like Albuquerque, low-income populations are more likely to reside in multi-unit housing than their higher-income counterparts. Recent data from the U.S. Census Bureau show that multi-unit housing accounts for 87% of all housing in Albuquerque's 5 most impoverished census tracts. These are areas where greater than 40% of families live in poverty. 40% and greater live in poverty. In sharp contrast, multi-unit housing accounts for only 9% of housing in the 5 most affluent census tracts in Albuquerque. Here, single-family homes predominate. I ask the question, is this fair treatment? PNM has the data to examine the geographic distribution of meter banks and exposure times by area socioeconomics, but chose not to. They chose not to include these data in their application. These data would in fact show that smart meter deployment will result in disproportionate exposures within the service population, especially among low-income disadvantaged communities. For these reasons, I believe the Commission is obligated to deny PNM's application on grounds that it is non-responsive to existing environmental justice and disproportionate exposure issues. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next two people on the list are Jennifer Robbins and Nicholas Robbins. Jennifer, if you are present, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Robbins, JenniferRobbins. I am a New Mexico resident, a college professor, and a PNM customer, and I've lived in Albuquerque for nearly 17 years. I speak to you today out of opposition to PNM's application for authorization to implement the grid modernization, which includes AMI and smart meters. The PRC should be made aware of the real danger smart metering systems pose both to our health and our safety, also to the environment, if PNM's plans are ever approved. While some might point to privacy and even security risks, things like cyber attacks, hidden costs of installation and maintenance and things like that, I'm going to focus more on my personal health. My ability to travel has been greatly diminished due to the implementation of these grid systems in other states throughout the nation. I suffer from severe migraines, heart palpitations, tachycardia, as well as syncopal episodes that can happen at random, and vertigo. And this is all from pulsed RF emissions. EMF radiation exposure also harasses this. And so I am really left to have to stay in my home a majority of the time. And luckily, New Mexico has been a safe haven so far. What I would also say is I recently looked at an engineer's report that was given to the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania on this very issue. And they talked about the emissions from smart meter antennas and the RF created by switch mode power supplies entering into homes' electric systems when these smart meters are installed. What this does is it makes the entire home be transformed into a radiating RF antenna. There is no exposure level that is known of this type of radiation to be safe for humans or animal or plant life. Okay. And so what I'm highly concerned about is when these smart meters start to be employed, the RF emitted pulse is going to be in the kilohertz range. What I would ask is, even if there is an opt-out option, what do we do about neighbors who decide they still want to have them? Because this is going to be a massive amount of radiation, not to speak of what it will do in terms of impact on the environment. So I really implore both the chair and the commission to consider these serious concerns because I'm really the canary in the coal mine here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Jennifer. Next on the list, we have Nicholas Robbins and then Mary Underwood. Nicholas, if you're there.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Robbins, NicholasRobbins, and I represent myself. I'm a resident of Albuquerque, New Mexico. I hold a PhD in political science. I'm opposed to PNM's application for grid modernization because smart meters will cause great harm to human health and the environment. Our society is founded upon a basic philosophical, legal, and political principle: respect for the rights of the individual, including the right to make fundamental decisions about one's own body and welfare. If we do not have domain over our own bodies, then we have little to nothing. RF radiation is invisible and invasive. It does not respect privacy, including the innermost spaces of one's own body. It is indiscriminate and destructive of life processes. Therefore, it not only violates our national and state constitutions, it also violates the Public Utility Act, as one of the Act's stated purposes is, quote, preservation of the public health, safety, and welfare. A community cannot be strong and productive without healthy residents and a healthy ecosystem to support those residents. Advanced metering infrastructure attacks both. If PNM's application is accepted and the installation proceeds, we will pay a great cost for this unnecessary technological advancement. Many people will experience severe symptoms and incur higher healthcare costs. Many experts have attested to this fact, and many individuals from around the world have documented it. The acceptance of PNM's application will add yet another instance to a long and sordid history of the powerful choosing to violate the law and the fundamental rights of the individual in the name of so-called progress and development. For this reason, I urge you to reject PNM's application. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas. Mary Underwood, and then Oshana Spring. Mary, if you are on the line with us, please unmute yourself.
Good morning. My name is Mary Ellen Underwood, MaryEllenUnderWood. I have lived in Santa Fe since 1982, and I live in a townhouse now since I retired. And I've been there since January 2001, so my neighbors are very close. On February 27th, 2017, I testified in front of the PRC against smart meters. And I've done extensive research over the years. Back in 2017, PRC determined that smart meters were not a good idea and rejected them. And frankly, I'm angry to see this appear again. The science is there. And today I'm just going to speak about my one health issue. I retired from a very responsible position as Director of Marketing at El Castillo Retirement Residence back in 2008. By 2012, I would not have been able to have worked. I have done what I can to protect myself in my house. However, what happened to me is my body stopped making enough melatonin so I could fall asleep and go back to sleep. I've had very little sleep. I used to be a public speaker, and this is hard for me today. It used to be the easiest thing, and I used to enjoy it. The fact that I do not get sufficient sleep makes it very difficult for me to heal. I'm still dealing with long-term COVID because my body heals slowly since I get insufficient sleep. I'm very concerned not only about myself, but the young people and the babies that are coming into this world. And why would we want to test their endurance? They're already being born into a compromised environment. I urge you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, to please listen closely to us. We are the canaries. And please pay attention to our needs, because we all need to have the protection that you can offer us by making a responsible decision to vote no against anything that includes a smart meter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Next on the list is Oshana Spring. Oshana, if you are present, please unmute yourself. Hearing no response and not seeing a name attached to that, I will skip Oshana and we'll go to Sarah Hayden. Sarah, if you're present, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Sarah Hayden, SarahHyden, and I live in Santa Fe. I'll be personally impacted by this decision as I'm environmentally sensitive, and that includes a level of electromagnetic sensitivity. I am very much opposed to PNM's application for grid modernization. PNM has no right to install smart meters until a cost-benefit analysis has been completed that fully considers the potential impacts of smart meters on public health and safety. It must be realistically determined how much human health impact and suffering will occur from installing the meters and how much is acceptable to the examiner and the commission balanced by the assumed benefits of the meter. Otherwise, this is a random human experiment. And we already know from other areas where smart meters have been installed that some people are being made very ill by them. It's not just the meters installed on a person's house, but the meters installed in the entire neighborhood. Personally, I don't understand why this is even being considered when it is so opposed and the human health consequences potentially so serious. I will never be willing to live among smart meters. If they're installed in my neighborhood, I will have to move. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Sarah. Next two people on the list are Lola Moonfrog and Luis Hummingbird. Lola, if you are with us right now, please go ahead and unmute. Hearing no response and seeing no name associated. Luis Hummingbird.
Hello, I'm Louise Hummingbird, LOUISEHUMMINGBIRD. I'm with New Mexicans for Utility Safety. I currently live in Cliff, New Mexico, but need to move to a more densely populated area, so I'm very concerned about exposure to smart meters. I understand that the industry uses its own biased studies and on ionizing radiation. It's disingenuous because smart meters emit non-ionizing radiation, the type of radiation that heats up human cell tissue, and of course it would include animals too. And I've actually had a personal experience where I was unknowingly exposed to smart meter radiation. And it felt like I was being electrocuted. It felt like my cells were actually being killed in that moment when I realized what was going on and the exposure that had happened. I removed myself from that area and the pain went away. It was very intense pain. No one could live experiencing that type of pain continuously. Obviously, pain is a signal that the body is being harmed. And live blood cell analyses have shown that the pulsed radio frequency EMF radiation affects our blood cells. Blood cells are normally round, and this type of radiation emitted from smart meters changes the shape of the blood cells so that they clump together, and so they don't have their usual surface area where they can take in oxygen and release poisonous blood gases in a normal fashion. So one's whole health is affected. Also, IARC, the International Association for Research on Cancer, states that EMF radiation is a probable human carcinogen. Sorry, I'm not used to public speaking. But also this privacy issue, people have demonstrated on YouTube that they can hack into your homes through these smart meters and turn your appliances off and on. And also there's a history of smart meters causing fires. I could go on and on and on. My head, I've been studying this stuff for years because I know I can feel this type of radiation, and my head's just so full of data, it's ready to explode. And I can't believe we have to once again stand up against PNM. They always want to
Please conclude your
introduce,
commentary.
they always introduce this proposal during everyone's busiest times of year, and that is on purpose because they don't want us to have the time to stand up and speak the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise.
You're welcome.
Next up will be Jim Desjardins, followed by Thomas Campbell. Jim, if you're on the line with us, go ahead and unmute. Hearing no response. Thomas Campbell.
Good morning. I presume you hear me.
We
Good
can.
morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'm Thomas Campbell, THOMAS CAMPBELL. I'm a PNM customer from Corrales, and I am not an expert in any of this. I'm just a customer. Now, regarding case PRC number 22-00058-UT and your recommendation to the commission. There are 275 years of research in electromagnetic fields yielding a canon of verifiable and replicable results regarding the effects of those fields on organisms, including humans. It's accepted knowledge in the scientific community around the world that those health effects are negative in varying degrees. We live in an environment already overflowing with electromagnetic fields. It's an invalid idea that smart meters, transmission levels, being comparable to other such sources, make them relatively harmless. Rather, one must consider the cumulative effects of adding to that melange of electromagnetic fields. For many of us, it means suffering chronic, debilitating illness. Other sources of radiation fields found within an average home are placed there voluntarily by the residents and can be eliminated from their environment if they choose. Ignoring customers' freedom to choose what enters their environment, their home, their refuge, is in contrast to the social contract. It's logical to assume customers expect recommendations and decisions are made with their interest as the primary consideration, not secondary to corporate interest and not tertiary to political interest. We would like to see that perspective manifest whenever fulfilling responsibilities. Electric meters measure usage so PNM knows how much to charge us monthly, one simple reading per month. Data gathered beyond that one measurement facilitates PNM's pursuit of corporate objectives, which are secondary to the customer's interest. Prudence suggests a pause in the implementation of smart meters. Take time to learn, time to reevaluate goals, perhaps to include a choice to opt out, to seek less invasive means to gather data, perhaps utilizing the hardwired infrastructure that already exists. If we decide poorly and act in haste to our detriment, we won't be able to undo it later. Did you know you can't get peanuts on your ice cream cone at the Dairy Queen anymore?
Please conclude your commentary.
That's because they can kill people. That's what a civilized society does. It protects the vulnerable. Please recommend a course of action that protects us, the customers, from harm and respects the sanctity of our homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Next up will be J.W. Bob, followed by Jason Kent. J.W., if you are present with us. I'm seeing a participant with JW as their name. JW, would you want to make your comments now? Hearing no response from JW, Jason Kent.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jason Kent. That's spelled Jasonkent. I'm a resident of Albuquerque. And I'm ready to begin my comments. I oppose anything in the grid modernization plan that would require smart meters. I find myself having two reasons now, having listened to the statements of others. My main reason is that I oppose anything that would allow PNM to throttle the time and manner and quantity of electricity that we can use in the 6 meters that I'm legally responsible for. 2 in Corrales that are residential, 1 in Albuquerque that's residential, and 3 commercial meters, which are paid by tenants. I oppose any changes which would replace those meters or which would require us to pay a fee for keeping the meters that we have and have had for years. Everything is working fine. It's not broken. Don't fix it. We are careful to use only as much electricity as we need because of the cost of electricity, which is rising. As end users, we're better able to determine how much electricity to use than an algorithm would be, or some stranger who doesn't understand when and how we need to use electricity. And some of my tenants have complex electronic systems that it's very important that they are able to maintain uptime, et cetera. It cause disruption, inconvenience, and other problems unnecessarily to me and to my tenants. In the case of our residents, some time back, a couple of years ago, PNM asked us not to ask for meter reader, but instead to report meter readings, which we now do ourselves online. It was kind of complex getting that process set up, but there's no added expense to PNM for us having the meter we have. We should not be charged to keep the meters we have. And my understanding of this application is there would be a tax imposed on us, and it's quite high just for keeping the meters we have. I also find myself in sympathy with what I've heard today from other people about this RF radiation issue. So we have a common interest there. And I don't want a smart meter on any of these locations for that reason as well. So we don't want smart meters, and we ask you to deny that part of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Next on the list, we have Charlotte Keikel. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing the last name, but Charlotte, if you are there, please introduce yourself.
Yes, I'm unmuted now. So good morning. Thank you for giving us the time and space to speak today. My name is Charlotte Keikel, CHARLOTTE, last name KIKEL. So that's my 3-minute timer. I'm going to speak from my heart today. I thought about writing something, but I'm just going to go with the moment. In 2016, I started feeling this buzzing in my body. I would show up to my acupuncturist, which was a part of my self-care. I would speak of this buzzing. I didn't know what it was. That was my name for it. I suppose if you were in the medical system, you would call it anxiety. I was also feeling my heart. It would thump, it would skip a beat, it would beat too fast, and nobody wants to feel their heart. I still didn't know what was going on here. And I should back up and say that I am a health professional. I am a board certified holistic nutrition consultant, and I have a master's of science degree in Western herbal medicine. And I'm also studying at the Building Biology Institute to become an electromagnetic radiation specialist, because this issue, as I'm describing, landed on my lap unexpectedly. So at that time, when I was buzzing and feeling my heart, I was just existing. And the other thing that I had were incredibly dark thoughts. I'd done enough personal work in my life to know that I'm not my thoughts. So I would watch these dark thoughts slip by. But basically, I was obsessed with thoughts of death and dying. I even have a small library on books about death and dying, because I thought, well, this is something I should take a look at. I didn't know that I was experiencing a reaction to this electricity in the air. So all of these wireless devices, smart meters included, cell phones, Wi-Fi, it all puts electricity in the air, and we are electrical beings. That's how we function. Our heart and our brains are the most electrical tissues in our body, but this is affecting all of us. It can't not, because this is how our bodies work. So we moved to Colorado at this point because we needed a change in the weather. And we realized that there was a smart meter on my son's bedroom wall, and my husband was experiencing tinnitus, ringing in the ear. So we had an electromagnetic radiation specialist come out to our home and teach us about this topic. We've learned a lot, and I've obviously gone on to become somebody who can go into people's homes and help them clean this up. Santa Fe has been a refuge for us. So we ended up leaving Colorado for a number of reasons, and we landed here, and I immediately started to feel better because there was less electricity in the air, and I would love to keep it that way. Smart meters are going to add to that burden, and you know, all of these things interact together, right? So when we study toxins in our environment, as the EPA approves them, they study them one at a time. Same with this, and with the addition of smart meters, we're just going to have more of a burden. Please, one last word, men, you are the protectors and women are the detectors. This is what we do. We live in our environment. So please do your job and protect the community from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlotte. Next, the next two people on the list are Roger Real and then Glenn Keikel. Roger, if you are available, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself. Hearing no response, and not seeing an individual with that listing. Glenn Keikel, Glenn, go ahead and unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Yes, I hope you can hear me okay.
We can, thank you.
Very good. Well, thank you, Hans, and thank you, Mr. O'Connell. My name is Glenn Keikel, G-L-E-N-N-K-I-K-E-L, and I'm the fortunate husband of Charlotte. As Charlotte mentioned, that's our son, by the way. And Charlotte mentioned some of the issues that came up for us when we moved to Colorado. I began experiencing tinnitus in the home. I'm a very healthy individual, even though I'm 73 years old, and never missed a day of school, for example. But when tinnitus came on, I was quite surprised because I'm also a health professional. I ran a nutrition conference center in Austin, Texas, where we train doctors in utilizing nutrition in their practices. And we continue to be health professionals. We moved our businesses up to Colorado, and then when the effects of the smart meter, as well as all of my wife's health issues, started to come to the fore, they put a 5G cell tower up about 300 feet from our front door, and we decided Colorado was not where we needed to live. We had to fight to get the, by the way, a little prior to that, had to fight to get that smart meter taken off of our home. Thankfully, a resident who lived in the country who had an analog meter offered their analog meter to us, and the city reluctantly installed that in place of the smart meter. I would mention one little thing that I watched an interview with the CEO of a company out of California, a utility company out of California, that said that his company will make more profit from the installation of smart meters and selling the data that those smart meters collect than they will make profit in selling electricity. So I think we need to understand that these companies are obligated to their stockholders to generate profit. And I believe that that is one of the primary motivators behind the installation of this. If I didn't spell I think I spelled my name. But as I said, we're both health professionals. We did bring in a building biologist to check our home. And when we discovered the smart meter was putting out a very unwanted amount of power, we acted. And then my wife and I both signed up for the Building Biology Institute certification, which, by the way, was here in Santa Fe, because there are many, like even on this call, who are very knowledgeable and are national spokespeople against smart meters and all of the Wi-Fi proliferation in our society. So we're very grateful to them. We moved to Santa Fe. The Building Biology Institute ended up moving to North Carolina. But we are very active in that and are forming a third business. We brought our two businesses to Santa Fe. We are forming a business called Sleep in Peace, so that we can go into people's homes and make their bedrooms at least safer, very inexpensively, but getting rid of that Wi-Fi influence in their bedrooms. So we are very
your commentary.
helping people's health. So I'm thankful to the fact that you're listening, and hopefully you'll take action and block this application. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Glenn. The next people on the list are Tracy Juchter, Claudia Myers, and Sheila Revel. Tracy, if you are on the line with us, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Tracy, Tracy Juchter, Juechter. I've been a homeowner in Santa Fe since 1984. My expertise is that I was married to a utility lawyer for 16 years and know way more about the workings of the PRC than your average Jane. I have also been an advocate for consumers across a variety of things. I had thought we were not going to be allowed to speak to health issues today, so I chose to focus my 3 minutes on the fire hazards. Yesterday, I did a search using a Brave browser for smart meters and fires. There were over 25 pages of results. Simply on the first 5 pages, there were 44 different articles discussing fire hazards of meters, only 2 suggesting safe meters were safe, but those were written by the manufacturers of said meters and therefore have a conflict of interest. Some of the titles that especially jumped out were one by the Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers, saying there were reports around the US and the world of fires believed to have been caused by smart meters. Stock photo companies had 722 photos of smart meter fires. Sask Power in Canada is working to remove 105,000 smart meters. Maryland has called for a moratorium on all smart meters. Portland is replacing 70,000 smart meters. Australia's electric union fears someone needs to die before safety concerns about smart meters are addressed. There are lawsuits in Texas and other states over the issues of smart meters. The particulars of the smart meters mentioned included Census, Itron, and others. I have forwarded this article to Ms. Kippenbrock, and within this is a list of all of the things that various electrical engineers have found wrong with smart meters. And there are 29 issues that they have listed. So you will have access to that through her. I'm not going to read all of them, but some are lack of surge protection, overheating, faulty remote disconnect switches, melting solder, and I won't detail all of them because you will have access to that. And related issues that I thought were most concerning is there's been punishment of whistleblowers such as Bobby Reed, Don Baker, and Patrick Wrigley for having come out about the dangers of these. So if you were to choose to support PNM in this, I will expect you to have answers to all 29 of those concerns about how these new meters have been improved to stop all of those possible fire hazards before you agree to allow PNM to do this.
Include commentary.
So truly consider, do we want to be like these other places that are having to move into a situation of having to remove hundreds of thousands of smart meters if you do not take the time ahead of time, while we have the warnings, while we have the other evidence from other states and other countries that these are not safe? Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Next, we have Claudia Byers. Claudia, if you are on the line with us, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Excuse me, I heard my name was called and I thought there was a 2-hour delay. This is Oshana Spring.
Oshana, yes, I did call your name. I did call your name earlier. Would you like to give your commentary now?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Please introduce yourself, spelling your name.
Oshana Spring, Spring. And I wanted to say that I'm super, super sensitive to electromagnetic fields. I was almost killed by Wi-Fi when my modem was replaced, and I was totally wired in my house with my computer and everything. And the replacement man did not tell me that he was turning on Wi-Fi in my home. And for 9 months, I lived with Wi-Fi assailing me, and I got sicker and sicker, and my hair turned white from the radiation and fell out. And I had no idea what was happening to me, but I was actually dying and nothing was working in my body. And I am so upset considering that someone might be PNM might be putting smart meters on my house because I know it would kill me. And I really don't want on my tombstone killed by smart meter exposure. I am just so upset. It's taken me 3 or 4 years from that time the modem was replaced to regain a semblance of health and to not be senile, because I was senile. All organ systems in my body were injured to some degree or other. At the moment, I'm still trying to repair eyesight that was practically destroyed, as well as hearing. And so I've had a long battle since 2017 of restoring health. And the smart meter would actually be the nail in my coffin if for some reason I have to, well, actually, my plan is if a smart meter is put on my house, I will not even pay for electricity. I'd rather not have electricity than die from having some stupid meter on my house. So I'm just hoping that you understand that health issues are extremely important here, because many people will be injured. They won't know what's happened to them. I didn't know when I was being injured for 9 months by just Wi-Fi in my house that I didn't know what the problem was. And after a while, if it goes as my situation did with electromagnetic frequencies injuring me, people will just not know, and eventually they'll just want to die. They'll want to kill themselves. And it is so much better to actually not have a smart meter and not be assailed by radioactive frequencies. So please take this to heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Oshana. Next on the list, I will once again call Claudia Myers just to check. Claudia, are you available? Please unmute and identify yourself if you are. Hearing no response. Sheila Revel.
Hi, I live in Grovetown, Georgia, and I'm electrosensitive, and I'm very sensitive to the smart meters.
Sheila, I'm sorry, could you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Sheila, Sheila, Revel, REAV as in Victor, ILL.
Thank you. You proceed with your commentary.
I've lived in a townhome complex for about 3 years. I was the very first one to move in. And as it was built out, more and more smart meters were added. So we have about 80 smart meters on our block because we have 20 townhomes. So I have 4 on my building, and I had shielded my house and I was okay until they put in the building across the street. And once they did that, I woke up like somebody had kicked in the door to my house, and I was panting. I was hyped up, amped up. I didn't know what was going on because my bedroom shielded. I have a shielded canopy, and that stuff still gets into my house. It penetrates the walls. I'm also an electromagnetic radiation specialist. I have professional meters. I'm trained through the Building Biology Institute. And I would log at night and I would see the data dumps, the spikes. There's a very distinguishing signature of the smart meter signal. It's very fast. It's lightning fast, and it's very powerful. And it pings about 7 times every 5 minutes. It's always pinging all day long. You never can get rid of that signal. And then at night, they data dump. They pour all the data that they gather through the day into specific spikes. Our spikes are about 11:30 to between 1 and 2:30. There's a couple more at 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. There's probably about 7 data dumps during the night. And my neighbor next door, her and her daughter can't sleep. She wakes up the same time so that I wake up. My neighbor down the street, same, and they don't Butch down the street, he wakes up at 3 o'clock every night to go pee. And that's what people have come to think of it as. Oh, well, the men, it's, oh, well, it's my prostate. I have to go pee all night. No, they're getting waken up in the middle of the night by this signal, that this technology that was never, ever tested on human biology. It was just implemented. And it's hazardous, it's dangerous. We know it's dangerous. The World Health Organization classifies it as a type 2B carcinogen. It's well known, it's well documented that these types of signals hurt people. There's thousands of people who will tell you the exact same thing. And some won't, because they don't know. They don't know they're being attacked at night. They attribute it to other things. If I am just amazed that New Mexico has gone this long without this horrific plague on our society. I would seriously urge you to consider keeping your analog meters, because they're safe, they're reliable, they don't hurt people. There's absolutely no reason to switch over, none. They have no benefit. In fact, it costs more money to run these things than the analog meters. People are being charged for that and they don't know. They're being charged for energy that they're not using to run the infrastructure of the utility. It creates spikes, and the spikes create dirty electricity, which pollutes an additional EMF.
Include your commentary.
Okay, so I would urge you to take the safe route. You know, you don't have to do this. You don't have to do all this monkey business to create something that is just an illusion. It's not smart, and it's not safe, and it won't save energy.
Thank you, Sheila. Next on the list, I have Maureen Freehill, followed by Stephen Verchinsky. Maureen, if you are with us, please unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Maureen Freehill, Maureen Freehill, resident of Langley, Washington in the United States. I took my time off of work and out of state to come in today because I feel that your state is one of the places that I could imagine moving to if I couldn't have my own choice as far as what my electromagnetic grid would be. Right now, I have survived through some of the things that many of these people have spoken of today, and I came here to basically speak on behalf of the public benefit and the possibility that I might also like to move and live in New Mexico because of your current stand without the smart meters. I'm against the PNM grid modernization and smart meters because it's not proven to serve or benefit the public good. Based on the types of modernization elsewhere, it is clearly ushering in dangers and costs that are unnecessary burden to already high public concern. These well-documented dangers include unmonitored breaches of privacy, mining of personal data, overcharging of customers by mistake or through opt-out fees, increased serious fire dangers, and unnecessarily high exposures to dirty electricity that damages home appliances, electronic devices, and home systems. This increases the risk also of serious health concerns for the residents living with these types of meters and grid systems, not only the meters, but the full systems, because they concentrate the intensity in areas. I felt responsible and concerned enough to attend today, even though I'm not a New Mexico resident, because I've directly experienced the pain and harm to myself and with others that I know on the physical and mental health concerns related to overexposure of these specific types of electromagnetic radiation emitted by the meters and grids proposed by PNM. I applaud these other commenters, and I feel like they've all had really important points about the primary value and responsibility of the hearing examiner, of the state of New Mexico, of this commission to continue to respect the sanctity of personal choice, bodily and home safety. Also, financial, sanctity as well, the ability to choose about that. So I'm against it, obviously. And as I said, this makes the state of New Mexico currently an attractive place for me and others, I believe, to live. Analog meters have and will continue to function without any of the risks that I just mentioned, and with the benefit of providing participation of customer self-rating or employment of monitoring on the ground by human professionals. I believe the mentioned risks far outweigh any electric grid industry benefits other than possible perceived increases of financial gain and profit by those industries. Thank you so much for your time and attention and receiving my comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Maureen. Let me just do a time check. Mr. Chair and Mr. Lee, we have been doing public commentary for an hour now. Do either of you need a break, or are we okay to continue?
This is Mr. Lee. I would like a 10-minute break if I could have it.
Chairman O'Connell, are you fine with a 10-minute break right now?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Okay, I think we'll go on a 10-minute break. We'll go off the record. I will share my screen for those that are listening to see who is next on the list, so you have an idea of names that are coming up, but then we will go on a 10-minute break. So, Mr. Court Reporter, we are off the record for a 10-minute break, and I'll post, and we will be back. It is 10:09. Let's come back. We'll just call it 10:20, and we will resume public comment. Hans Muller. Hello? Yes. Yeah, I can direct you. I'm in the middle of a public hearing though right now that I need to continue. So would it be possible if you give me a call back after 12 o'clock and I can direct you to who you need to talk to?
You are not on mute, Mr. Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Okay, Mr. Lee, are we ready to go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We'll continue with the public commentary after our break. Next will be Stephen Verchinsky, followed by Karen Nevis. Stephen, if you are on the Zoom call with us, please unmute yourself and identify yourself. Hearing no response and not seeing a participant name of that type, Karen Nevis, who I do see. Karen, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Sorry, there we go. Hello, okay. Thank you. My name is Karen Nevis, Karen, Nev as in Victor, IS. I wanted to thank the commissioner sitting here listening to this. The reason I'm on, I was asked by a resident. I don't live in the US. I live in South America. And I was asked by a resident there to speak today, kind of giving a different perspective, because every single person I've heard speak today, I can relate to everything that was said. And I started on this journey in 2006, living in California, when the very first smart meter was rolled out. And my dear friend got violently sick and had to have it taken off. And at that point, I went to our city council and got it agendized. And it took over a year to get an emergency ordinance against PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric, who was doing the installations there. And at that time, there was a storm and the city didn't have the money to fight PG&E. And the next day, big semi trucks rolled in and they started installing them as fast as they could. And my own health was extremely compromised, and I didn't know I was electrohypersensitive, which means sensitive to these energies. And so when I listen to these stories, they're very real. And I wanted to direct this to the people, to the commissioners listening, because no one is exempt. And I've been to and spoken to several board meetings before, from city council, board of supervisors, school councils. And I see the board listening, and it's almost like they had an agenda all decided ahead of time, and they had to do due diligence and listen to people like all of us saying, hey, there's a problem. We're feeling this. We're hurting. We have issues, and we're concerned for our health. And I ended up having to sell my business and my house, and I left the United States with 4 suitcases, sight unseen, to South America, where I live remote in the Andes Mountains. And from day one, it's been just a breath of fresh air to get up in the morning and feel good. So I can relate to all the people who have these symptoms because it's not easy to leave because I left my family and friends, my business, my income, everything, because I felt that I was in survival because I was so sick over and over and over and over. And I tried everything from devices and having the house checked and learning about meters. And I did all of that. So here I've been able to help a lot of people, even here, whose like wife had headaches and the family was having all kinds of problems. And I said, just turn off the Wi-Fi. And the next day they said, we all feel good. Oh my God, we got up, we all feel good. So, when I left in 2016, so I've been here 6.5 years. And at that time, about 30% of people were having symptoms, whether they knew it or not. And I'm sure right now it's even more. And I'm sure that you listening, you have family, you have friends, you have grandchildren, children, and it matters. And you want their health to be well too. So it isn't about, oh, I'm going to make a lot of money and I'm, being paid to do this job. When the big picture is it the right thing for humanity? Because that's the most important thing. We're
Please
so
conclude commentary. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your attention. And I hope that it matters to someone that I can speak today. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next, the next couple of people on the list are Anne Marie Weibel, Jay Powers, and Rena Lewis. Anne Marie, if you are with us on, which I do see there is an individual listed. Anne Marie, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Anne Marie Weibel, and I live in California, and I am a member of, I thought I had all my notes right here. Anyway, I'll skip that right now. The main 3 reasons have been mentioned by many.
Could you please spell
Yes?
your name for the court reporter?
Oh, I apologize. ANNEMARIE, and Weibel is WEIBEL. And I'm a member of Citizens for Freedom and the Common Good. And the 3 main reasons I believe are fire, health, and privacy issues. In terms of fire, the Santa Rosa fire, the Paradise fire, and there was a fire, I forgot the name of the town around in the LA area that are pretty sure caused by smart meters. I'm talking about California. In terms of health, I have atrial fibrillation. I had a stroke, and I'm not saying it's because of this, because I have an Ethernet cable. I have no smart appliances. I have no smart meter. I have no cell phone, and I know why I don't have this. And here we had to fight people off who were climbing fences and installing these meters without people being home or aware that's happening. And they have no training. It's installed in 1 minute. They're not approved, these smart meters. Every electrical gadget has to be approved and installed by a licensed electrician. Those don't have to, so it's not okay. It's in other countries, the EMFs are much lower. So we are really creating this huge soup if we add up all the gadgets that surround us, especially now with 5G and 6G coming, and these gadgets being attached to street lamps or traffic lamps, and they can be placed anywhere along the right-of-ways of the roads, and even without permits. The federal government is forcing communities to accept that. And you yourself mentioned the term deployment. This is military language, the same language that the federal government is using to have these small cell installations. And they're not small, they're, as you heard from everybody, and we've had at least already about 20 people comment, and you haven't heard anybody commenting that they can't wait to have these gadgets at their house. So the other issue, the privacy issue, it's nobody's business when people get up, when they go to bed, how much they use for each individual equipment. We don't want smart meters. They're not smart, they're dumb. We don't want smart appliances.
Please
And
conclude your commentary.
as other people mentioned, this is just the money-making business for the corporations and for selling our private information. It is not okay. And thank you for allowing me to speak. My daughter had health issues. She's on medications because she's depressed, because she had a smart meter right next to her bedroom and didn't want to complain because the rent was low. And, not it's a financial issue. Why should people have to pay not to be poisoned, and they can still be poisoned by their neighbors? Thank you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. Next commenter is Jay Powers. Hearing no response and not seeing a participant name listed. Rena Lewis. Not hearing a response, seeing no name listed. Janie Brown. Not hearing a response, seeing no name listed.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello? This is Janine Brown.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself, spell your name for the court reporter, and proceed with your commentary.
Okay, I am audio only. My name is Janine Brown, spelled Jaynee. I don't live in New Mexico, but I am extremely worried about the increasing amounts of EMF exposure on humans, insects, animals, plants, and everything that causes life on our planet everywhere. So I felt compelled to participate. Prior to—
Please spell your last name, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Brown, like the color, BROWN.
Thank you.
Prior to my experience and my story started, I've been a high-level athlete. I'd wake up early with a lot of energy. I was extremely fit, extremely sharp-minded. I was upbeat, able to do a lot of things in a day, a lot of workout and exercise. I packed a lot into every day, and I truly, truly loved life well into my 50s. Around 2011, I had a service change due to building a garage, and they put a smart meter on at that time. And I began to have trouble falling asleep, staying asleep. I'd wake up around 2:30, 3:30 in the morning, sweating with my heart racing. It'd take me about 2 hours to fall back asleep. I started having digestion problems, weight gain, brain fog. I had problem thinking things through. My energy was getting lower and lower. I had a huge amount of fatigue, and I started losing motivation to do things. I thought I had some sort of illness, or I might even have cancer. Because I've never felt like that in my entire life before. I was into my 50s at that point, almost. I couldn't wake up with my alarm. It took me over an hour to feel fully awake. I felt exhausted. And this is the opposite of who I always was. I also started noticing tinnitus. I started having extreme anxiety and grinding my teeth to the point of damaging my teeth. And then around 2012, 2013, I started trying to figure out what was wrong and doing a deep dive. And the most profound information I found was around EMF exposure and the massive amounts of it increasing everywhere, I discovered the issue with cell phones and then smart meters, and they were a huge source of my health issues. And then I learned about all the towers and antennas and the many other things, the smart appliances and so on. And then I hired a biological building expert to go through my house, and that smart meter, which was on my bedroom wall, just pegged his meter. The next door neighbor had a strong signal, which turned out to be a baby monitor. And then I've used for a long time antennasearch.com to watch the number of towers and antennas in my area that were just exploding in numbers. They're going up, faster and faster. So I hired an electrician, and I had him move my smart meter off my house to the very farthest corner of my lot on the outside of my garage. And I finally started sleeping, and I finally started dreaming again. I hadn't had any dreams for several years. I talked to the neighbors about their baby monitor. When they turned that off, that helped too. And then I purchased an EMF canopy with the EMF material that blocks the signal from my bed. And I finally started sleeping amazingly again. I stopped using Bluetooth, Wi-Fi. I hardwired all my devices. And I bring up cell phones and Wi-Fi because it's the same type of EMF radiation as these smart meters. And then when I finally just, because my area was just getting so overloaded with antennas and towers, I finally moved to a real small town in another state that only had one tower many, many miles away. And I started finally to relax. My tinnitus went down, my energy started coming back, but I had to take all these measures to escape this massive amount of exposure.
Please conclude your commentary.
The biggest thing for me is I told my son for 10 years, get your phone out of your front pocket. And now he and his wife can't conceive. He had his sperm tested as 99% DNA damaged. I will likely not have grandchildren now. So I appreciate you guys being willing to hear us out, but I think that this is extremely dangerous to have on people's homes where they have nowhere else to go to get sleep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jenny. Next on the list, I have Mark Wall. Calling again for Mark Wall, but hearing no response and not seeing a participating name listed. Michelle Hertz.
Hello. Michelle Hertz, MICHELE HERTZ. I'm the president of NYSUMA, New York Safe Utility Meter Association. We're a nonprofit organization in New York State. Members of our board have been researching and documenting the dangers of digital utility meters, including non-transmitting digital utility meters, for over 10 years. I am here to warn New Mexico. The digital meters are not safe. They cause health damage and they cause fires. And analog meters are safe. Utility companies know this, but over the last decade, they have done nothing to remedy this. They've just bulldozed people in every state to have these meters. In New York State, utilities, with the approval of the New York State Public Service Commission, have spent hundreds of millions of dollars, perhaps billions of dollars, on smart meters. Our utility rates have skyrocketed ever since. There are scientific and technical reasons for the problems with these meters. And again, I remind you that there have been no remedies for these problems. The New York State Public Service Commission based their approval of digital meters on 2003 testing protocols for accuracy only. I think the regulatory agency in New Mexico must look at the testing protocols that they would require for these meters and make sure they're not outdated or irrelevant. This was a terribly dangerous mistake. It is our recommendation that the regulatory body not approve smart meters and instead require all New Mexico utilities to harden the grid for the coming changes in the climate and for wildfires. I also ask, because we hear from people who are saying the same things that we're hearing today. We've been hearing from people for over 10 years, myself included, who have been terribly injured by these meters. They've ruined people's lives. And I hope that you will listen to the people of New Mexico and to everybody else that's trying to warn you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Next people on the list are Leah Morton and Leslie Shockley. Leah Morton, if you are with us on the line, which I do see an individual, go ahead and unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
I'm unmuted, I think.
Yes, you are.
Yes. My name is Leah Morton, spelled Leahmorton, MD. I am a medical doctor. I trained at the University of Missouri and then did my family medicine residency at the University of New Mexico. And I have practiced for 30 years, mostly across the street from St. Vincent's Hospital in Santa Fe. If any of this group knows me, I've probably delivered some of your babies or taken care of your elderly grandparents at that hospital. I feel like I have to present my credentials before I make a very strong statement against smart meters and their deployment as planned. They are stupid. They are dangerous. They cause cancer, heart disease, worsen diabetes, and cognitive decline. Don't believe me. Read the literature for yourself, the tens of thousands of studies available. Why would we trade our health and our well-being for convenience? And this is mainly for the convenience of the power companies. As a doctor, I have not only read a lot of this literature, I have cared for patients who have been injured by smart meters, some of them permanently. For several of my patients, the smart meter injury has been their gateway injury into Wi-Fi and EMF hypersensitivity. And one can only imagine, if you don't actually have this hypersensitivity, what it's like to be so sensitive to all of the EMFs, Wi-Fi, electrical components that were required to be around to function in this environment. So now I'd like to speak not as a doctor, but as a citizen representing a community of citizens. Don't we have the right to refuse to have these dangerous, health-threatening devices blocked from our environment? Don't we have any rights as individuals to say no to smart meters? That's what I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Leah. Next person on my list is Leslie Shockley, followed by Jose Esposito. Leslie, if you are on the line with us, please unmute yourself.
I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay. My name is Leslie, Leslie, Shockley, ShockleY. I live in Owasso, Oklahoma. Back in 2012, I received correspondence in the mail from AEPTSO telling me I was about to get a new smart meter put on my house. I was not happy about this decision that was made for me. It was a pilot program, and my area was not even part of that pilot program, but I was not allowed to opt out at that time. While I did call the company 3 times, I told them under no circumstances did I want that on my house. I knew somehow that was going to hurt me. So while I was gone in 2013, they decided to install it on my house without my permission. In fact, against my permission. And that made me incredibly ill. So a year later, I had a condition called mast cell activation syndrome. I could not eat or drink anything without feeling horribly bad. Then I also contracted multiple chemical sensitivities. That was also not very good. I couldn't use shampoo. I couldn't use soap. I was really very ill at this point. Then go into 2018, and I still wasn't aware of what was making me ill. And my husband and I had Wi-Fi installed in our home. And then after that, I had something on my body that nobody could identify, no doctor could identify, and to this day still can't. And I was dying. My sugar was 40. My weight went from about 140 pounds down to 90 pounds. No, my doctor had no idea what was going on with me. She just kept telling me, you're dying, and I don't know why. And so 9 months of that, I finally asked God, what is hurting me? Either let me die or tell me what it is. And he told me that it was the Wi-Fi and the smart meter and all this other garbage that was in my life. So when they do all of this testing on this stuff, they assume you have one wireless device that you only use for maybe an hour or 2 a day. This is not reality at all. And then they don't even mention all the other problems you have. My house is a special problem because I have a very shallow well under my house. Water retains memory. Then it actually, it pushes this out into the environment. So not only do I have 69 radio towers, I have 36, I think now, 5G towers. Less than 3 miles from my home, I have an ILS system 5.4 miles from my home that's at the end of the runway. I have another one that's a mile from my house on the north, and then I have another one to the south, a mile from my home. I'm being hammered to death here. And then you guys want to do more and more and more all the time, and we just keep getting sicker and sicker and sicker, and we just cannot make you guys seem to understand how dangerous this is. I actually have pictures of myself with all these burns all over my body. But we tried to get them to be able to see it here, and you can't see them. But I'm going to tell you, it wasn't until I finally turned all of this off. So 9 months of burning on a third of my body. And so we turned it off. 3 weeks later, the burns were starting to go away. I could finally eat something again without wanting to vomit or have some kind of skin irritation. Then,
Please conclude commentary.
All of this is very cumulative. And so the last thing I'm going to say is I was just diagnosed with something called Porphyrin's disease. So very rare condition, and they know it's caused by electricity and wireless. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Next, I have Jose Esposito.
It's not Jose, it's Joseph.
Oh, sorry.
Esposito, Esposito. My phone number is 918-274-8111.
I want you to spell your first name.
Joseph, Joseph.
Okay, go.
Am I good?
Proceed with your commentary. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I do all this. I've been doing it for 9 years. I was an intervener in the EPPSL case 9 years ago. And since that time, I've learned a lot. I have meters. You can see that this meter blinks different colors because it's building biology, and where we're sitting is blinking green, which is very unusual, which that means very safe. This is another meter that I use here. And we use that to go into people's homes and look at the radiation. The smart meters we can read. And the court documents show they go off 14,000 to 190,000 times a day. They have 2 transmitters, 900 megahertz and 2.4 gigahertz. I had these meters installed on my home back in 2013. I didn't understand what was happening until I heard Dr. Dietrich Klinghardt, MD, on YouTube. The title was Health Crisis of Our Time, Smart Meters and EMRs. It's 43 minutes in 2013. They still have those. Okay. So now I've come to the point where we have books like Dr. Joseph Mercola, EMF and 5G. He shows you the mechanism of damage on page 102 and 103. There's another book, Jerry Flynn's book, Hidden Dangers. He was a weapons expert in Canada. That's 20 pages of documented wireless devices. It's like an encyclopedia. This is MR Navy military document, 1971. There's 2,300 studies with 5 pages of health symptoms that you have been listening to from all the people just now. This is my doctor's letter that he wrote for me to show the damage this is causing. He's an MD here in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I live in Owasso. And so the thing was, I was a radar technician in the mid-70s, MOS 5951, which is a radar technician. And it was a TP-8 radar. We landed aircraft on the runway, but nobody told me this radar was going to damage my health. And there was no indication that this was even dangerous. And then in 2013, AEPTSO shows up putting smart meters. Like I said, I was an intervener in that case in Oklahoma, trying to stop them from putting meters on people in our homes. And you know, they put one on my house. I said I didn't want it. I called them and they came and put it on. And then within a short amount of time, I came home and there it was in my house, 8 feet from the head of my bed. I got really sick. And so we took the meter off, got permission from the city of Tulsa permit to take it off and put an analog back on, which we did with an electrical certified electrician. And then when they came to put the safety lock back on it, they saw what we did. We got a letter overnighted saying, if you don't put it back on, we're going to turn your power off, which they did for 60 days. I had to go to court after that. We had no power for 60 days. Then I had to pay $1,100 to get it off my house and get it out to the street. And so I've been working on this for 9 years now with people. They're paying anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000 to get these meters taken off their homes because of the danger from all
Please
these.
conclude your commentary.
And so the point is, you need to go back to 1947. I got a 6-page document, Herman P. Swan, back in 47, who set all the standards. He was an electrical engineer, had nothing to do with biology, and he made assumptions. And that's how we had this kind of radiation for 74 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
The next 3 people on my list are Clyde Barnett, Ron Fenn, and Waters Breedlove. Clyde Barnett, if you are on the call with us, please unmute yourself and identify yourself. Hearing no response and not seeing an individual listed as a participant name, Ron Fenn. Which I am seeing a Ron Fenn on video. I'm not seeing if he's connected to audio. Mr. Fenn, can you connect to audio and identify yourself? Looks like we do not have an audio connection with Mr. Fenn, so I'll return to see if that is resolved later. Waters Breedlove. Hearing no response and not seeing a name listed. Jerry Day. Hearing no response, not seeing a name listed. Carl Rosenberg. Hearing no response, not seeing a name listed. Gerald Curtis.
Bear with me a second.
We can hear you, Mr. Curtis. Please spell your name for the court reporter and give your commentary.
I'm a retired chemist living in Bosque Farms. My full name is Gerald B. Curtis, Gerald, middle initial B, Curtis, Curtis. I thank you all for the opportunity to voice my comments publicly to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission and others about why it should deny smart meter adoption desired by PNM, Public Service Company of New Mexico. I will be speaking in opposition to PNM's apparently poor research health detriments, well known to be caused by smart meters already in use elsewhere in the United States. Such a nearby use includes the power supplier, Central New Mexico Electric Cooperative, CNM-MBC, serving Edgewood, New Mexico, that uses two-way automatic communication system technology, TWACS, transmission on its Aclara equipped smart meters. TWACS technology causes well-known so-called dirty electricity. My wife and I lived in Edgewood for a number of very recent years when such meters were in use over my oft-stated objections, and which to my knowledge are still in use today. I am well aware that the PRC has little or no jurisdiction over CNM-MEC. There are other metering alternatives available to PNM that do not impinge negatively on a consumer's health and well-being. I will not dwell on such alternatives except to say that for billing purposes, electromechanical analog meters have served electricity providers and consumers quite satisfactorily since before 1940 with no deleterious health effects. However, the implementation of already in use PNM supplied digital meters in parts of Albuquerque area, which meters use switching mode power supplies, SMPS, to provide the meter electronics operating DC power, and which type of meter is unfortunately already installed at our residence and others elsewhere is also not a healthy alternative. SMPSs create so-called dirty electricity. The presence of this type of meter has required us to employ a very expensive, commercially available power line filter provided by Static USA and installed immediately after the PNM digital meter at an additional high cost. Without the use of such filter, our sleep disruption and headaches would occur at our current residence as they did in Edgewood. I speak knowledgeably about this result because of our experience with CNMEC and its use of harmful smart meters. Rather than tolerate PNM's failure to provide full and transparent disclosure about the health dangers of smart meters, the PRC must require it to provide the complete scientific disclosure of how dirty electricity injures all animals of which humans are a part. I urge the PRC forever to reject any application for the use of smart meters anywhere in its jurisdiction. And I commend the operators of this Zoom meeting for their patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtis. Next for commentary, Catherine McCormick. Catherine, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, Catherine McCormick. I thank you very much. My name is Catherine McCormick, CATHERINE, McCormick, MCCORMACK. I am a former resident of Santa Fe, recently moved to California, and I'm co-living in Las Vegas, New Mexico, and San Diego. I have experienced the smart meter situation here in California, and I was delighted to see that it was non-existent in Santa Fe. However, I am very sad to see it come in. I have asked for analog meters since the rollout began in California many years ago. I'm a nurse, phlebotomist, and live blood analyst. There are thousands of studies how this is bad technology for human beings, bees, whales, all living creatures, including trees and plants. We know that. Dr. Martin Pall, amazing, educated man. Please look him up. He talks about how this is basically radiation. You call it smart meters, you call it cell phones, you call it whatever you want. It's radiation. And we are now getting high frequency radiation through the air and mesh technology that goes through us. It goes through buildings, it goes through walls. It goes through us, of course. And what is it doing? It's opening up our cells. Our cells are now dumping and opening up to incoming and outgoing free exchange of everything, neurotransmitters, calcium. Dr. Martin Pall talks about VGCCs, which are opened by this technology. That allows calcium to get into your heart cells at a very dangerous level. The normal ratio is 10,000 to 1 on the outside in your plasma to the inside of your cell, 10,000 to 1. When this gate is opened, you let calcium come in unabated and you get tachycardia. We have an extraordinary amount of heart attacks, tachycardia. You know, it's simple science. You know, this is microwave technology. We know that from our microwaves. I'm old enough to know that we were told not to stand next to the microwave or you might, you know, affect your fertility. That was decades ago. We are now in an open microwave on Earth. These microwaves are now attacking us with no protection. We're like the popcorn. Basically, what microwaves do is heat up the inside of your cell. So it's inside out. It breaks your DNA. We're getting mutations. You can see it, you know, protect your children. Autism is off the chart. Autoimmune system disease is off the chart. You want grandchildren, you want healthy people, you want them to have a choice. They have no choice. They're in this environment, they're on their phones, they're on their tablets, they're in Wi-Fi. It's a disaster. It's a disaster now, it's a disaster forward. Another amazing woman, Dr. Derva Davis, PhD. She's been in the industry for decades and decades, showing the hazards of environmental problems. She has studies that show how this affects children's brains. Please look her up. These people are educated scientists and environmental professionals. We have Paul Ben Isaiah from Ariel University, Israel. Okay, look him up. They have thousands of studies of how this microwave technology in the air is not healthy for anything with a DNA. So what does it do?
Please conclude your commentary.
You know, when you go to get rid of cancer, you get radiation. What does it do? It breaks the cell wall so you can attack and kill the cell. That's what we're doing. We're breaking our cells and we're attacking our living, healthy cells. Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Catherine. Next on my list, I have Barbara Lake. Barbara Lake, if you are listening in, please unmute yourself and identify yourself. Hearing no response, seeing no participant name. Barbara Brooks. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Addie Flynn. Addie, if you are listening, please unmute yourself and identify yourself. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Andrea Adler. Andrea, if you are with us, unmute yourself and identify yourself. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Danica Thiessen, who I do see is here. Danica, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. You spell my name D-A-N-I-C-A. Thiessen, T-H-I-E-S-S-E-N. Thank you. I have a master's from the University of Edinburgh in history, and my husband is a public health professor at the University of Washington. We have been in contact with scientists around the world who work on harm from RFR radiation. We have been amazed at the disconnect between the legislation and the scientists who are saying that this is harmful to life. As a professor, my husband was completely overwhelmed because I suffered from symptoms for over 10 years of dizziness, very severe migraine, disorientation, excessive fatigue, and insomnia. And I was hospitalized several times because I was so ill. These were the symptoms of radiation poisoning. When my husband and I discovered that it was radio frequency radiation, we got away from the radiation completely, and I completely healed. And as you can imagine, with 3 children, this was very difficult on my whole family. So I have been suffering needlessly for over 10 years. And since then, I have met many, many people who, like me, cannot tolerate radio frequency radiation. This makes smart meters an ethical situation since they emit radiation that harms people. This is not a legal situation because we know from history, which I've studied at length, that unethical laws destroy people's lives. So the question is, now that you know how many people are made ill by smart meters, are you going to dismiss their stories and their experiences? I'm asking you to consider legal codes that harm people and make your decision accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Danica. This concludes my first list of speakers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and review some of the individuals that I know have joined after hearing their name, after their name has been called. And we will proceed as a second roll call down the list. It looks like we have another individual that now has audio. So I'm going to touch in with people that I can actively see are participating that were initially passed over. I will then do a review of other names that were called over. And then I will kind of do a raising of hands of other individuals whose names were not called. So bear with me. Everyone will have an opportunity. And Anna is letting me know she's ready to send me the next batch via email. Go ahead and do that, Anna. But I'm going to just proceed in that manner. So just bear with me and don't worry, everyone will get the opportunity to talk. So the one individual I see that identified themselves as here is Lola Moonfrog. Lola, I see you're on the participant list here. Can you unmute yourself, please?
I'm here. Thank you. Yeah, my name is Lola, Lola, Moonfrog, Moon, like the moon, Frog, like the little amphibian. I don't have the data. I'm aware of the data. I hear it and I can't keep track of it. I am here on this call because I don't think it matters if you're sensitive to this or not. It does affect people. And as people have said, it doesn't necessarily mean you know what's affecting you. I know too many people who've got symptoms, and including my godkids, and they have something right near their house, a transformer that's affecting them. So I support the speakers. I feel like it's very suspicious that health is like a forbidden thing to discuss in these kinds of things. It's very suspicious. It's kind of like the government never told the people, down in Tularosa that there was going to be radiation effects from the atomic tests. It's just too profit-oriented, too maybe convenience-oriented. My experience with AMF started in the 90s when I walked into a room, didn't know a microwave was on, and felt like I'd been socked in the stomach. I didn't even know about microwaves. So it began there. And it's continued. My computer system is all hardwired. I don't have a cell phone. I'm not interested. I am sensitive, so I'm a canary. But I'm just saying, why are we having these epidemics of cancer? Why the autism? Why so many young people having depression and anxiety and on meds? I just think we're putting stuff into the environment that we don't know what we're doing. And I agree with all the things that have been presented. I've learned a lot. I really hope that you all seriously consider allowing people at least to have a choice if you're going to have these so-called deployed anyway. And I think it's important that people have pointed out it's a military word. I don't have anything else to say except that I feel we're destroying the good things that we have by putting these devices in and not listening to people who do have the data and the experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Lola. Next on my list, I'm going to see if J.W. Bob was able to make a connection. Hearing no response. I do see that Mr. Fenn, Ron Fenn, has an audio connection now. Mr. Fenn, are you able to unmute?
Yes, I am. You hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead and spell your name for the court reporter.
It's Fenn. First name is Ronald, Ronald. I am a resident of Truth or Consequences, and we are not under the PRC. However, I used the PRC's last rejection of the PNM application for the smart meter technology, and used it in a moratorium against the city of Truth or Consequences, who contracted with a supplier for the smart meters without any participation from the public. This has ended up in since 2017 as a lawsuit in the district court, as the city denied us an election after a successful petition drive. And we are the city's utilities are owned by the people, and yet the people have never been consulted about the necessity for these meters. They don't last as long as the old analog meters. And the simple fact is that people can read 5 numbers and send them in with their payments, and nobody has to go out reading meters. If you believe that there's a problem, you can come out and audit, but it's not necessary in normal circumstances. That this information is very simple. It's all about billing. It has nothing else to do with anything except billing. And just to make things simpler for a certain number of employees or whatever, we are going to put this technology in place, which is not only costly, but also damaging to our environment, damaging to people, and totally unnecessary. Therefore, I am certainly opposed to any future application of this technology, and I'm hoping that in our lawsuit that we will have the opportunity at least to maybe not get the moratorium, because all the meters have been put in, with my exception of mine, for which the city shut off my power and has forced me into an off-grid situation, much to my inconvenience. However, the people's rights to their own property, and where the city, in our case, came onto our property and just said, no, we have a right to come onto your property, even against the constitutional prohibition and guarantees of our own security in our own homes, and put a damaging item on our homes that may affect anybody, ourselves or our animals or anything, or even our plant life. I'm saying no, 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 and I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Fenn. I want to take a moment to remind everyone that if you are not the one speaking during public comment, to please mute yourself. We were getting a little bit of background noise on that last comment. We want to be able to provide the court reporter the best audio possible. So if you are not presently the speaker, please mute yourself so we get clean audio. I am in receipt of the second list of speakers. So what I'm going to do right now, before I proceed to that list, I want to I'm going to provide one last opportunity for people on the first list that did not respond initially to be able to give them their time. And I do see some individuals are now on. So when I go through this list, this will be the last opportunity for people on the first list to comment. Starting with Saley Sweeney. Hearing no response, seeing no participant of that name. Jim Desjardins, who I do see is now with us. Jim, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Public Regulation Commission, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jim Desjardins, and I'm the Executive Director of the Renewable Energy Industries Association of New Mexico. And we believe it is vital for the transition to renewable.
Sorry, before you begin your commentary, can you please spell your name for the court reporter?
Oh, I apologize. Jim, so it's J-I-M, and that's Desjardins. That's D-E-S-J-A-R-D-I-N-S.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, thank you. So the Renewable Energy Industry Association of New Mexico believes it's vital for the transition to renewable energy to have a safe, reliable, and modern grid. And a really important component to a modern grid is advanced meter infrastructure, known by its acronym AMI, and also known as a smart meter. This enables two-way communication of homes and businesses with the grid. It allows distributed energy resources like residential solar and businesses to interact with the grid, and important gathering of data. And I've heard and I appreciate a lot of the concerns expressed on this call, but I would like to advise folks that safe meters have been safely installed throughout the United States. There's over 100 million installed and over 700 million installed globally. I've heard a lot of references to reports and so forth on this call, but quite frankly, I'm unaware of any peer-reviewed objective data that supports the assertion that they are fundamentally unhealthy. And I would also like to remind folks that the radio frequency associated with smart meters are also found in everyday devices like TVs, radios, microwaves, the computer I'm using to talk right now, and cell phones. And according to my research, the Federal Communication Commission states that the radio frequency levels associated with smart meters are 150 times below what is considered safe. So I believe that it's very important that we move forward on this initiative. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Jim. Continuing down my first list, last call for these individuals, J.W. Bob. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Roger Rael. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Claudia Myers. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Stephen Verchinsky. Hearing no response, no name listed. Jay Powers. I'm unsure of the first name. Hearing no response. Rena Lewis. Hearing no response, no name listed. Mark Wall. Hearing no response, no name listed. Clyde Barnett. Hearing no response, no name listed. Waters Breedlove. Hearing no response, no name listed. Jerry Day. Hearing no response, no name listed. Carl Rosenberg. Hearing no response, no name listed. Barbara Lake. Hearing no response, no name listed. Barbara Brooks. Hearing no response, no name listed. Andrea Adler. Hearing no response, no name listed. Addie Flynn. Hearing no response, no name listed. This concludes commentary section for the first list that was made available to me. So the people on the first list have had fair and reasonable opportunity to make their comment. I will now move on to the second list. Let me briefly screen share so everyone can identify if their name appears on that list.
Mr. Mueller, if we could take a break when you get the opportunity.
Yeah, I'll take a break here. I just wanted to open up where we'll be working from for this second portion here. So the next people will be Robert Workman, Lisa Lovelady, and Beverly Harlan, and we'll continue down this list. Would you like another 10-minute break, Mr. Lee?
Yes, sir.
All right, having seen it is, my phone says it is 11:26. Let's reconvene in 10 minutes, 11:36 then.
Thank you, sir.
Can you address the fact that your YouTube link does not work?
I will check that with my IT during the break. Thank you for notifying me. I'll rectify that with them. Okay, I'm seeing it as 11:36. Mr. Lee, are you ready to resume?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go back on the record. As I indicated before, we are now on the second batch list of names provided for people that have requested to make public comment today. I will be starting at the top, working down, similar to what I did on the first list. If I call your name and you are unable to respond in a reasonable time period to unmute yourself and identify yourself, I will skip you, move on to the next name, and then go back through the list to see if anyone is subsequently joined after their name being called. So let's begin with the top of the list, Robert Workman. Mr. Workman, if you are with us on the Zoom, please unmute and identify yourself. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Also reminding for those people that don't want to hang around and wait for their name to be called, just a reminder that you can submit written comments via email to prc.records@prc.nm.gov. I'm being indicated that there are still people wishing to register right now. We are 2 hours past the deadline. So I would ask that you submit your requests via email to PRC Records. There was a deadline for registration, and we are well into the commentary period. So that is the option available to you to still provide those comments onto the record. And I'm seeing a comment that the webcast on the YouTube channel, there is a link on the PRC's website, which I checked with IT is functional right now. So Anna, if you could provide that resource to Ms. Burke or everyone else in the chat. My IT guy did confirm that it was working during the break. So I'm unsure what, and I am still seeing a live YouTube reference on my screen. So Anna, if you could work with trying to provide that link in the box while I continue to go through the list here. The next name on the list, which I do see an indication the person is here, is Lisa Lovelady. Lisa, can you go ahead and unmute yourself and identify yourself for the court reporter?
Yes, Lisa Lovelady, Lisa, last name Lovelady.
Thank you. Go ahead with your commentary.
Thank you. I'm part of Stop 5G Jacks in Jacksonville, Florida. And we had spoken with our city council about smart meters and 5G wireless in general. And we were told we could not speak about health. And they also did not really listen to much of what we had to say about research or about cybersecurity or any of the issues with wireless. And, you know, Jacksonville is a smart city, but they don't listen to their people. And I hope that New Mexico will consider these comments today. They're all very important. I'd like to talk a little bit about how I grew up. My dad worked in radar, and we lived near an installation at the Canadian border. And my mother was very sick when she was pregnant with me. And she did not recover until she moved. And then a couple of years later, we lived near another radar installation in Tennessee, about a mile away. And my mother has always had autoimmune issues, and I did also. At some point, though, mine was much worse. And about 14 years ago, my immune system completely crashed. And I've been struggling to come back from that. And I have estimated that I have probably spent around $60,000 on my health issues. Now, I do not see how our health system can tolerate these sort of issues emerging, these cancers, these autoimmunes, and all of the other things that people have described. And often there is no help. And so alternative functional medicine has been very helpful for me, as well as things I have done on my own. I bought an EMF tent and I sleep in that every night. And the first night I got it, I slept the night through. And you don't realize how much it affects your body to not get a good night's sleep. I also stopped having what was like electrical impulses and like things running down my leg and through my breast, and what's called exploding head syndrome. All sorts of weird things stopped when I started protecting my body. And no, it's not completely protecting me, because we have so much radiation from our satellites and our towers here in Jax, and everybody has a cell phone in their pocket. I do want to quote one thing to you that I really think describes smart meters. This is from Daniel Hirsch. He's a UC nuclear policy lecturer. He says that meters emit 100 to 150 times the cumulative full body microwave radiation of a cell phone. Now, that's in addition to you having your cell phone in your pocket or people in your house. We are just radiated all the time. Smart meters can transmit up to 190,000 signals per day, more frequently than your cell phone. It's the largest source of radio frequency radiation or microwave radiation in your home. And the World Health Organization does classify it as
with your commentary. Sorry.
Yes. All right. As a class 2B carcinogen. And recently I heard from an engineer that I had emailed about radiation. And he said, you know, the sun emits radiation. And I thought, yes, it does. And it's so small that you would not notice it. The radiation we are receiving is massive. And we will not recover the longer we expose to it. And we are affecting our environment and everything in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Beverly Harlan. Beverly, if you're available, unmute yourself and identify yourself. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Janice Olch, who I do see is a participant. Janice, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Janice Olch, and I am a PNM customer living in Santa Fe County. And it is not acceptable for
Janice,
PNM's
could you please spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Forgive me. I'm sorry. I forgot to do that. JANICE OLCH.
Thank you.
It is not acceptable for PNM's application to be approved when the health, safety, and environmental impact of smart meters and associated infrastructure have not been addressed by the applicant. To say that the discussion of these issues is not allowed, not worthy of consideration, or to disregard the ample research demonstrating the harmful effects of smart grid technology is simply not acceptable. Biochemical individuality is a fact. We are not all alike, and our bodies do not respond the same way to environmental stimuli. That is a fact, not fiction. The implementation of smart electrical grid creates a world full of electromagnetic secondhand smoke, in addition to what we're already exposed to, for the percentage of the population that experiences electromagnetic sensitivity. Others enjoy the benefits of smart grid technology, primarily PNM, that will profit from the convenience and from the sale of our data at our expense. Unlike secondhand smoke in public spaces, the electrosmog created by smart meters on my home and in my neighborhood is something that I cannot avoid and has immediate, acute, and profound effects on my well-being and the well-being of others. So how can smart grid technology be deployed ethically and in a non-discriminatory manner? How can grid improvements be made and technology be deployed in such a way that those who are adversely impacted by the modernized technology are not harmed? Technology must be life-affirming. All lives matter, and electromagnetic sensitive lives matter. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comments, Janice. Next on my list, I have Broadfoot Taylor.
Yes, that's me.
Okay, please spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Broadfoot Taylor, Broadfoot, Taylor, Taylor.
Thank you.
I live in Alamogordo. I'm a homeowner and I'm a customer of PNM. I think that there are three issues to be considered. The environmental issues regarding irradiation. And the second one would be the surveillance concerns about the potential in the future of deploying smart meters. And the third is just the fundamental right of citizens to be able to have access to electricity and not have to subject themselves to whatever reason they feel they do not want to have, whether it be the environmental concerns or the surveillance concerns. As far as the environmental concerns, I happen to be fearful of how human beings are exposed to enormous amounts of radiation that they never evolved to deal with. And I think the science is evolving, and I don't think we can resolve that today. But when some commenters have argued that there's no evidence of any environmental harm, I just don't think they're looking very hard, because there's plenty that you can find that should be of concern to us. As far as these surveillance issues, I think that is something that we should be concerned about too. And we should have that right to have the right to have electricity, but not be surveilled in order to get it. In the end, I think we should defer to the side of prudence. The science is not clear that this is safe. There is concern about how this system can be used in the future. And in the end, a person should have the right to, or at least have the opportunity to have electricity without having to compromise themselves, either environmentally or because of surveillance concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Next on the list is May Hawthorne. May Hawthorne. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Paula McLean.
I'm here.
Okay. Please, please identify yourself for the court reporter and proceed with your commentary.
Almost good afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner Ryan. My name is Paula McLean. I live in Santa Fe. My name is spelled Paula MC capital CLEAN, like Mr. Clean. I'm going to start with a quote from Albert Schweitzer. He said, "Man has lost the capacity to foresee and foresaw. He will end by destroying the earth." We have electromagnetic radiation raining down on the planet indiscriminately. Scientist after scientist have warned us of the dangers of electromagnetic fields, and their warnings fall on deaf ears of industry and government. As early as 2012, environmental health professor David Carpenter, founder of Albany School of Public Health and author of 370 peer-reviewed publications, issued a public letter on the plausible toxic risk of intensive pulsed microwave metering. They emit as many as 14,000 short bursts of intense microwave radiation a day, disrupting body cellular electrochemistry and causing health symptoms from migraine to tinnitus, insomnia, dizziness, vertigo, anxiety, chest pain, palpitations, and memory loss, many of the things that many of the speakers today have already mentioned. I traveled to North Carolina last August to attend a friend's funeral. North Carolina, at least the town I stayed in, had meters on every building and house in town. I stayed in an inn and I could not get to sleep because of the strong tinnitus in my ears. I have tinnitus caused by a prescription drug, but my symptoms were intolerable while I was staying at that inn in North Carolina and unable to sleep. However, when I returned to New Mexico, it subsided somewhat, but has never returned to the quieter, low-level tone that I was used to. Adding meters to every home will cause even more of a threat to human health. There will be no way to avoid the radiation. More reasons to object to smart meters are the inability to address the potential cumulative harm of radiation and the inability to prove that such smart meters are safe and that the deployment of them would be regulated appropriately to ensure that national security and safety and privacy of the public and myself is not compromised. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Paula. Next on my list, I have Dave Shearer.
Hello, thank you. My name is Dave Shearer, D-A-V-E, last name S-H-E-A-R-E-R. I have been adamant about my cardiovascular health throughout most of my lifetime, since playing 18 years of box lacrosse as a young child and young adult. I'm 64 years old now. Still running on the treadmill, maintaining my cardio fitness. I developed a cardiac arrhythmia known as a heart palpitation. And I also had suffered about 5 years of ill sleeping issues, like insomnia type issues. Thinking that these things were part of becoming old, I was tipped off by a list of 33 symptoms affecting the physiology due to electromagnetic radiation. On that list were indeed heart palpitations and was sleep disruption. So I went about reorganizing my thought and maybe thinking, maybe I'm not just old, and maybe my cardiovascular fitness was due to something else. So I eliminated the smart meter from my environment, and I also eliminated the Wi-Fi and wired Ethernet, and I also removed 2 cell phones, and I also removed all my cordless phones, because cordless phones are actually putting out the same levels of radiation nowadays, given that they're so powerful. I eliminated my cardiac arrhythmia within 1 week after removing these items from my life. And it took me approximately 4 months to get back to sleep that I had completely forgotten about from not having it for 5 years. I now have deep, deep sleeps which is very completely obvious that that became part of the remedial situation from having removed that from my life. And as far as references go, I will post a couple of references that people seem to either have forgotten about or ignored. And that is the bioinitiative report that came out in the early 2000s from 90 industry scientists and professionals showing the levels, particular levels of damage and radiation that occur. The second one is the report from Ronald N. Kostoff from Georgia Tech, the largest unethical medical experiment in human history, 1,085 pages. So there are reports out there if people choose to open their eyes and see them. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the opportunity to provide my experiential evidence.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Sheriff. Next on my list, I have Lorraine Dotson. Actually, hold on 1 sec before I get to Lorraine. Let me check with our court reporter. Mr. Lee, we're coming up on 12 o'clock. Just so for clarification, what time do I have you until?
All day, my friend.
Okay, just wanted to double check to make sure that we were good there. Next on my list is Lorraine Dotson. Lorraine, if you are on the call with us, please unmute yourself. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Susan Brinchman.
Hello, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. My name is Susan Brinkman, and it looks like Brinchman. It's spelled SUSAN BRINCHMAN, and I'm a resident of Santee, California. I'm a retired educator with a master's degree in education, and I'm currently the director of the Center for Electrosmog Prevention, also known as CEP, a 501c3 nonprofit that seeks to reduce man-made electromagnetic pollution. I represent both myself and CEP here. I know how dangerous smart meters are firsthand after experiencing microwave poisoning from a smart meter placed on the bedroom wall of my home 13 years ago in California. That was right behind my pillow, right behind my headboard on the outside of the bedroom. And I thought it was safe at the beginning. Later on, I got very sick from it, and I will describe some of that to come. But when I was the director of the Center for Electrosmog Prevention, which I founded about a year later, after finding out that I was sick from the smart meter and not being able to get the utility to remove it, I also met and helped compile stories of thousands of people made ill by smart meters. And this is sometimes instantaneous as soon as it is turned on. At that time, we helped obtain the first smart meter opt-out in the United States when the California PUC refused to repeal the California smart meter rollout, which was a terrible mistake. Since then, I have firsthand experience with how the opt-out fails to protect people. Smart meters are used to gouge customers with higher rates at various times of the day. They can read when you are using your electricity and then give you higher rates during the times of day when you are required to use it, like during the daytime or during the evening hours, the early evening. They also collect data on usage, which is sold, and there are no benefits for customers, only the utilities, which make more money because they have the smart meters on your house and can do all these things. The utilities and their experts typically provide misinformation on the safety of the smart meters and the benefits to the people who have the smart meters on their homes. If smart meters are utilized in New Mexico, your people will become ill and homeless in record numbers. Smart meters emit powerful bursts of hazardous pulsed microwave radiation every second or two, 24/7. Wherever they've been installed and forced upon the population, people have immediately gotten sick and many unable to occupy their homes. I've known a college professor with 2 major degrees. She had been teaching at Stanford, and she was living in her truck. She could not rent a home or buy a home anywhere because of smart meters. And she met me at the UCSD faculty lounge, and she outside, and she was just in tears, hysterical, because she had been made homeless because of the smart meters that were deployed in California. And she eventually had to leave the country and resides in another country that has wider open spaces and fewer smart meters. Smart meters can inflame sinuses, produce heart problems, difficulty breathing, vertigo, headaches, fatigue, difficulty thinking clearly, nausea, give sharp pains, ringing in the ears, and inability to sleep, a feeling of extreme discomfort, mental health issues such as depression, body pains, arthritis-like conditions, muscle aches, all due to microwave poisoning, with an increase in inflammation throughout the body and weakening of the immune system. The type of RF radiation emitted by smart meters can cause a sharp increase in cancers and all of the above through proven multiple research studies, tens of thousands of research studies. So I encourage the state of New Mexico's PUC not to approve smart meters for your state. Be smart and do not approve these. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next on my list, I have Cassandra Auerbach.
Here.
Okay.
So my name, can you hear me?
We can.
All right. My name is Cassandra Auerbach. It's spelled Cassandra Auerbach. I own a piece of property in Dato, New Mexico, and I currently live in Tampa, in the Tampa area of Florida. I recently moved to this place in a manufactured home community in Largo, Florida. And since I moved here, I've noticed that I've gotten symptoms of radiation poisoning. The homes here, the manufactured homes, are very close together, and the whole area is bathed with the frequencies from the smart meters on each unit. And there's no way, if you live here, to get away from it. And so I'm pretty much stuck, and I'm going to have to go through some expensive retrofits on my unit to be able to continue to live here. I am saying to the people of New Mexico and your people, don't allow smart meters or have them be only on the person requesting one rather than opting out. We need some places that where they're not around, to just as statistically to show that not having them is a benefit to everybody. And that is all I have to say on my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Johannes Sabko. Johannes Sabko. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Rebecca Moore. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Celine Laubsch, Laubsch. Celine. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Lori Coran, who I do see as a participant. Lori, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. My name, Lori, is spelled Lori, and Curran is Curran. I'm actually a co-founder of Albertans for Safe Technology and a member of Canadians for Safe Technology. I am a dual US Canadian citizen, originally from North Dakota. And I've heard lots of these concerns and I totally agree. There is tons of evidence from independent science, mind you, not industry funded research, that it is harmful, like the man-made electromagnetic radiation, which smart meters use, is harmful biologically to all life, humans and everything in the environment. There's various different symptoms. Some people's are whatever, more resilient than others and whatnot, but everybody is affected negatively as well as all of nature. So there's plenty of evidence, like I say. Canadians for Safe Technology has a website. There's scientists that they've accumulated all kinds of research if anyone wants to actually look at it. Also, Prevent Cancer Now here in Canada has done a white paper on the environmental effects. So people can look that up if they want. But the problem is that government seems to be captured by industry, and that's the problem. They're not listening to the people or caring about the people. It's the profits, and there's other issues of privacy. Anyways, the other thing is that there are options for safer technology, which is fiber optics to the premises and throughout a premises, so that wireless is just used as low. The levels are kept as low as possible. So there are definitely options that are much safer and that would not be harmful. They just don't make as much money for the industry. So that's why they're being ignored. Anyways, like I say, I thank you for this opportunity. I encourage New Mexico to be an example for the rest of the world and keep the smart meters out. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Arlene Griffin.
Here.
Okay.
My name is Arlene Griffin, ARLENE GRIFFIN, and I speak as a concerned citizen of Santa Fe in opposition to the rollout of smart meters in New Mexico. This project would be harmful to human health, as I have learned from direct experience. I was relocated from New Mexico to Southern California briefly in 2019. I had no history of heart problems, but upon moving into a house in a development in San Diego County, I was jolted awake every night, feeling like what I imagine it must be like to be hit with defibrillator paddles. Once awake, my heart would alternate between pounding, racing, and skipping beats for the rest of the night, and I would shake for hours. I developed eye issues. My eyes were bright red, swollen, and burning. I also developed tinnitus and painful skin rashes. Each day I would feel somewhat better when I left the house, but each night the horrible symptoms would amplify again. It was exhausting and frightening. I found that I felt slightly better in our kitchen, which happened to be the room furthest away from my bedroom. At the time, we had an analog meter on our house, but we hired a biobiology inspector who tested our entire house for RF and EMF radiation and found that the high readings were not coming from our property, but from our neighbor's house. It so happened that she had a smart meter that directly faced our bedrooms, so that was consistent with my worsening symptoms when I was on that side of the house at night. We asked our neighbor if she would be willing to swap out her meter for an analog meter like ours at our expense, but she refused. As a result, I spent much of my free time in California driving back to New Mexico as often as possible just so I could get a break from the health effects of our neighbor's meter. Each time I went back to San Diego, the symptoms resumed in full force. Finally, in September 2020, I returned to New Mexico for good, and I have not had those heart symptoms in my house here in Santa Fe. I would not want anyone else to suffer the health effects I have experienced, but as a parent, I'm especially concerned about how this project to roll out smart meters in New Mexico could put many of our kids in harm's way. While some people may think that meters have been, quote, safely installed, unquote, elsewhere, those individuals should be reminded that there was a time when it was acceptable for physicians to smoke cigarettes while seeing their patients. As a society, we tend to let bad things go on until enough people have been sufficiently harmed. Those of us who are already experiencing the health effects of smart meter radiation are a harbinger of what is to come. As others have stated, it is an ethical and a moral issue if our leaders are aware of the ample science on human health harms from RF and EMF radiation and yet fail to take a stand. I ask that we do the right thing to protect the health of the residents of New Mexico and not install smart meters here. It is far easier to prevent smart meter harm than to undo it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next on my list is Raymond Singer. Raymond Singer. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Devin Manson. Devin Manson. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Sabrina Burgeon. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Magda Havas, Havas.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dr. Magda Havas, Magda Havas. I'm an environmental toxicologist, and my area of expertise is the biological effects of electromagnetic radiation. I provide educational opportunities for doctors, and I provide expert testimony in legal cases regarding biological effects. I have testified regarding smart meters in both Canada and the United States. I would like to present some of my concerns and then make some recommendations. Smart meters generate two types of radiation: microwave radiation that most people are familiar with, and dirty electricity. Both of these types of radiation are biologically active and harmful to human health. A meshed smart meter system is the worst because it increases the exposure, which is virtually constant during a 24-hour period. Exposure 24/7 with no choice of avoiding exposure, I think, is unacceptable to most people. It's like having someone in your home smoking constantly without your consent. Biological health effects include cancers, reproductive problems, and neurological dysfunction. And smart meters affect vegetation that is growing near the smart meter. We have done peer-reviewed studies on all of these effects, and there is no doubt in my mind that microwave radiation and dirty electricity from smart meters and other sources is harmful. Smart meters emit more radiation than the utility indicates because of their duty cycle. They provide averages rather than peak values, and peak values are critical from a biological perspective. Average values can be more than 1,000 times lower than a peak value. There's a growing population that's becoming intolerant to electromagnetic fields, as you've heard from many of the people presenting today. In New Mexico, as many as 44,000 people may be adversely affected and become disabled by this radiation. The FCC guidelines are based on a thermal effect with very high exposure measured for 6 to 30 minutes. No other health effect is recognized by the Federal Communication Commission, and they have no long-term exposure guidelines, unlike many other countries. Who will take responsibility for the health effects, the medical costs, time off work, and time away from school? If you conduct a cost-benefit analysis and if health is considered, it does not support the rollout of smart meters. I have some recommendations. Analog meters are the best when it comes to health, energy consumption, accuracy, privacy, and cost, because they do not emit radiation. Smart meters can be wired, and this would reduce the microwave component, but not the dirty electricity component, which can be filtered at a cost. If it is stationary, it does not need to be wireless. Wireless should be used only for mobile devices like cell phones. I think it's important that you provide an opt-out option and do not charge for the service. People who are disabled and are in wheelchairs are not charged for the cost of a ramp. And those with electrohypersensitivity and others who do not want to be exposed to this hazardous radiation should not be charged because they do not want to be exposed. Thank you very much. Please note, I have submitted a written document to Anna with greater detail than I could express in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, and that is noted. Next on my list, I have Petra Bertova.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Hello, I'm Petra Bertova, Petra Bertova. Just a short message from Eastern Europe. Smart meters for everyone, without asking, without questioning. A unified society is a communist way of thinking. In a true democracy, people have freedom of choice. Therefore, smart meters must be an opt-in system. And one more message for Jim. This grid he was talking about, it can be very well done with cables. The only item needed is a good will. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next on my list, I have Joanne Wolfeld, Wolfeld.
Yes. Good morning, good afternoon, depending where you are. Yes, my last name is spelled correctly, Wolfeld. I'm located in Northern California, so I'm a native of Albuquerque, New Mexico. And I do have a vacation rental in Santa Fe. I've had into the 18th year. I also used to carry 3 medical degrees, RN in California, and 3 acupuncture licenses, including 1 in New Mexico. And I'm semi-retired from the health field, but I have my vacation rental in New Mexico. In 2009, there was a rollout in Northern California. We were supposedly the first people that received smart meters in, we were told, in the country. They did not really tell us what these were. I had a knock on the door by 2 PG&E representatives. They weren't even in tech uniforms. They were in street clothes. And they said, would you mind if we upgrade your meters? Well, no one had heard anything different. And I said, sure. I didn't think much about it. And shortly after that, I started having trouble sleeping. I tried sleeping with my head up on the pillows. I'm serious, my head toward the feet, my head toward the sides of the bed. It's a queen bed, I'm rather short. So it worked. And I could not fall asleep. I would stay awake all night long. I also developed blood clots that were so huge that meant that your brain is actually hemorrhaging somewhere. These were such huge clots. A couple of times I actually stuffed my nose with Kleenex before going to sleep, worried that I might choke on the blood in my sleep. I had tinnitus before, but not at the degree. I developed such ringing in my ears, depression, rapid heartbeats from just walking in my house. And I have pretty good cardiac. So this was new. And it was just horrible. I received a call from a friend of mine who's an MD. And it was kind of a weird call because I'm good friends with the couple. And he said, how are you doing? And I said, well, not good. I can't sleep. And I told him what was going on and the bloody clots coming out of my nose. He said, walk up to your meters, your gas and electric, and come back and read to me what they say. And I said, that's weird. There's a tag on there. I've never seen that before that says smart meter. He says, you've got to get them off. He's an MD. He had actually built a cage around his meters when he heard they were rolling out, and they never did change his. So I ended up joining stopsmartmeters.org, and actually they're all over the world. And we went to the CPUC, we went to PG&E meetings, and they were in denial. We eventually did get an opt-out, but we were not able to remove them from California. We talked to people all over, and I am telling you, people are suffering so bad from these things. I live in a home now with analog meters, and so I'm pretty good, but I can still feel them from my neighbors. Supposedly they have a mile radius. That's what we were told when they first rolled out. In other words, a whole mile smart meter can be felt. This is radiation poisoning. And in Northern California, they really pulse very quickly. It's that pulsation that breaks DNA. And a lot of people will report, as people have been saying, headaches, bloody noses, ringing of the ears, rapid heart rates or irregular heart rates, cancer, depression, and sleep issues. my father called me when he was alive and he said, I passed out in my bedroom. I said, well, what do you mean I passed out? And I said, did you let them put the smart meters on? He said, well, they came to the home 4 times and kept asking me, and I kept saying no because you told me to say no. And finally I gave in. I was so tired of being bugged. I said, we've got to get the smart meters off. It was right behind his bed, the head of his bed. And he passes out. And so we got the opt out. We did get him changed back to analog.
Please conclude your commentary.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say that, you know, there is no government agency or ABC agency in the government protecting us. They all protect industry. I did some research about all this, and every time a utility company does change their system of delivering energy, they make quite a bit of money for doing this. So, you know, it's money, it looks like it's control. It will give more business to big pharma, to the medical industrial complex, and it is not geared for safety for human beings. Also, because I have a vacation rental in Santa Fe into my 18th year, people love coming to the house because they feel so calm and relaxed. And I am telling you that in the long run, if you put these smart meters in, you're going to lose a lot of revenue from the vacationers, from the tourists coming to New Mexico. It is a haven for so many people. I have so much more to say. I do want to say one place in Colorado, one city, they use it's either AMR or ARM. They're automatic read meters. They do not pulse. They do not use meter readers. Unfortunately, people lose jobs that way. But at 11:30 at night, they upload to the street meters, and then it uploads to the home office. They describe it as using the cell phone very quickly. It's 1 upload a day. There is no pulsing. That is sort of an in-between between analog and the dangerous smart meters, which in Northern California were renamed murder meters for very good reason. So, you know, I hope you do not put the smart meters into New Mexico. You will be doing a very disservice, and people won't be able to make as much money if they're still in their working years because they're going to feel sick. So New Mexico will lose revenue from tourism and, you know, the employment.
I do need you to conclude.
Yeah. So thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next on my list, I have Elise Schmucker, which I do see on the name of, or Elise.
Yes, it's me.
Okay.
Alice Schmucker.
Okay, could you please spell your name for the court reporter, and then you can give your commentary.
ALISEESCHMUCKER. What I would like to say is there is no guarantee that the hard and software is secure from the smart meters and not misused. There is no financial benefit, but more control of the individual users. There is exposure to radiation, which is as bad as from the cell phones, which is always denied that it is so. It's very harmful to human health, especially for people who have a pacemaker. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Pardon?
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, I have Shireen Noon.
Hi. My name is Shereen Noon, SHEREEN NOON.
I'm a Santa Fe resident and a filmmaker. I'm asking you to protect the people of New Mexico from smart meter installations. The fact that 100 million smart meters are already in use in the US and 700 million are in use in the world is shocking to me, especially after hearing these personal stories of so much harm being caused by smart meters and their electromagnetic radiation. I wonder when human lives, the freedom to thrive, the right to privacy, and the true protection of our animals and our planet will come before corporate profits. Please let this be another one of the good stories where we in New Mexico stood up for the people over corporate profits. I oppose the grid modernization or smart meters as laid out in HB 243 and SB 456. Analog meters are safe. Smart meters are very dangerous, causing heart disease, diabetes, and permanent destruction to brain cells proven for over 10 years. PNM wants to install these in every home, excuse me, for the profitability of selling the 24/7 stream of our private activity and behavior data, regardless of the serious physical injuries and lives ruined and financial costs to us and our children. It's financially shown as way more profitable to the electric companies than selling electricity itself. It is also possibly a way to control us and punish or reward us with the amount of electricity we can use. There is no data that shows RF radiation is safe. In fact, no one has conducted comprehensive health studies on human living in homes with smart meters, let alone the synergy of physical damage from being near cell towers and the constant radiation from the ever-increasing number of satellites. People with smart meters in their homes have reported agonizing pain, inability to sleep, sudden increase in dizziness, ear pain, memory loss, heart palpitations, anxiety, and sleep problems. Whether in large or small amounts, RF radiation has adverse effects on your health. There is no data that shows RF radiation is safe. In fact, the World Health Organization categorizes smart meters as a type 2B carcinogen. The US safety limit for RF radiation is 1,000 microwatts per meter squared. However, some smart meters to produce up to 60 times this amount. That means the radiation from smart meters is equivalent to the output of 160 wireless devices like cell phones or routers. And remember that smart meters are continuously transmitting data and producing RF radiation for you, your children, and your pets inside and outside your home, and also compounding that effect for your neighbors and their smart meters. 3 months ago, I realized that by not turning my Wi-Fi off on my phone at night, that I was having painful migraines every single day. And that was just one cell phone's radiation. It took me a long time to figure out what was going on. Once somebody suggested that I turn my Wi-Fi off at night, the migraines stopped completely. This is nothing compared to what smart meters will be doing to every household in New Mexico if these bills become law. I urge you to reject PNM's application for the sake of all New Mexicans. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Next, I have Nancy Levis. Nancy Levis, Levis. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Eva Bortnick. Which I do have an Eva participating. Eva, can you unmute yourself and identify yourself?
Yes, hello. Yes, my name is Eva Bortnick and my last name is spelled Bortnick. Tell me if you can hear me okay.
We can, thank you.
Thank you. So smart grids are for surveillance, autonomous vehicles, drones, and biometric surveillance. The devices, installations used and needed for these use rare earth minerals like cobalt and copper, which is obtained through slavery and treacherous working conditions and also mined from the deep oceans. This tears up the earth, killing species and people alike, and also uses the labor of very small children whose lives are stripped from them. This also leaves dead oceans in the deep sea. I personally have been determined by the Social Security Administration to be disabled by radio frequency, and by the Superior Court of California to have been made homeless by radiation and wireless. This fact proves as a matter of law that exposure to even low levels of microwaves causes harm to adults and to children. Through a Freedom of Information Act request to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, the Office of Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity, the evidence of harm caused by the installation of wireless utility meters is undisputed and is similar to the testimonies you have heard here today. Between 2000 and 2020, about 100 complaints of disability from RF and EMF were submitted to this office, the Office of FHEO, Fair Housing and Equal Opportunity. Fully 60% of these were due to the installation of wireless meters. In 2013, 5 complaints were submitted about smart meters. In 2014, 3, and in 2015, 6. In 2016, this number quintupled to 21 complaints. In 2017, the following year, FHEO issued a letter saying that they weren't going to take any more complaints about smart meters, which shows you how many complaints they were receiving. Prior to 2013, there were no complaints. That is prior to the rollout of wireless smart meters. No disability complaints were submitted. One case was settled by FHEO with an electric company as well. These facts tell us that the radiation from wireless meters injures people, causing disability, debilitating pain, and causing people to be homeless. That wireless meters destroy lives. Also, this tells us that hardwired analog meters do not cause this catastrophe. I would like to add that the reason so many people are commenting about this ill health and the health effects from radiation today is that there is a systematic effort within the federal government agencies and the World Health Organization to repress the information that has existed for 5 decades. In 1968, Congress passed the Radiation Control for Health and Safety Act, which was a law to protect the public from just this kind of radiation. However, since 1970, the Department of Health and Human Services, responsible for upholding the act, which included submitting periodic reports to Congress, has not done so.
Please conclude your commentary.
I will, thank you. Invisible does not mean green, and wireless is not sustainable. I will submit my comments for the record as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Chris Folk, Foulke. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Sharon Bean, Behn. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Mayor Mayerfeld, who I do see as a participant. Mayor, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, could you just give me 5 minutes? I'm in the middle of something right now.
Yeah, if you could just raise your hand when you are ready to make your commentary, then.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Deirdre Novella. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. That is the end of the second batch of names that have been provided to me. I'm just going to look through the participant list right now to see if I detect anyone who I had previously called who did not respond, but is now currently on the call. There is another batch of names to be provided to me that we will be getting to. But due to the time right now, I am inclined to take a lunch break to give our court reporter a break, probably a much needed break, along with our chairman. I am not seeing any name who has jumped on. Is there any name right now? I'm tempted to take two more comments to give Mr. Mayerfeld an opportunity to speak before we go to lunch. I hate to play jump ball, but if you would like to make a comment right now for your public comment period, can you go ahead and raise your hand? And just the first one that showed up was Marshall Hirsch. I saw a bunch of people did. I am just going to go with what came across mine first. Marshall, can you unmute yourself and identify yourself for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Marshall Hirsch. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, my name is Marshall Hirsch. I'm an RN in practice in the Silver City, New Mexico area. I've been in Santa Fe, living in Santa Fe until recently for 25 years. And my name is spelled Marshall, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L. And my last name is Hirsch, H-I-R-S-C-H.
Thank you. Go ahead with your comment.
Yeah, I would like to speak up as a nurse. And I want to just say, please bear in mind to all the officials that are hearing all of the people speak today, please bear in mind that in 3 minutes, we cannot, in a really respectful way, convey all of the information. I'm a nurse, and so I want to speak from that angle. Personally, I'll just say I'm extremely sensitive to all the electromagnetic fields. I have spent my whole life trying to be healthy, not depressed, not have cardiac arrhythmias, not have all kinds of problems, not have insomnia. So it's just been a lifelong journey. But as a nurse, I want to speak, and I want to say that nurses, who, by the way, remember the public, when they've done surveys about who do they trust? Do they trust politicians? Do they trust doctors? Do they trust teachers? Do they trust nurses? Nurses, like teachers, are so high on the level of public trust. And there's a reason for that. We're here just helping. We're pretty humble people. We're the low man on the totem pole. So as I speak to you, I want to ask you to please really take to heart everything that people have spoken here. You know, in a classroom, a teacher knows that if one student in a classroom of 40 students, if one student raises their hand, a good teacher knows 15 other students want to ask that same question, that for whatever reason, they're too embarrassed, they don't have the time, they don't feel well. But so if this many people throughout these hours are speaking up, do the math there. How many other people? And there's no reason for us to speak up other than we really, really, really care. So as a nurse, what I see growing in the 30 years more that I've been a nurse, there are so many patients that are sick with all these weird cancers, diseases, ailments, depressions, GI issues, heart issues. It is astounding, and it's all flying under the radar, and more medical diagnostic terms are being created and generated. Is anybody seeing, so those are all the trees in the forest, but is anybody actually taking note. For a major wealthy country, we have exploding health issues, and they are all really, really complex. They don't show up in lab values. So I want to urge you, like so many countries around the world, they are recognizing the dangers of Wi-Fi. They're recognizing the dangers of smart meters and the RF. And as I said, I can't make an intelligent case for you and give you all the data. And by the way, peer-reviewed literature, oh my God, you got to question that. Here's a couple questions I want to leave you with. Who do you trust? And do you want to be dying early of major diseases? Guess what? That's happening all over the place, and it's not being reported. I urge you to take to heart and not vote for this smart meter implementation. It's not good news, and at least give us an opt-out choice that doesn't charge us. Because as has been said many times, you know, it's about meter reading. And meter reading, you could have an app on a smartphone that takes a picture of your meter and you submit it. Takes 2 seconds of cell phone activity and it's done. PNM gets to have their results for the month. I am a PNM customer. As I said, I live in the Silver City area. Exactly, it's called Tyrone, New Mexico, Tyrone. And I want to thank you so much for listening. But as a nurse, I'm saying, please hear all of us. And if we can only, we're not public speakers. We're not professionals speakers. I'm not. But what's motivating us to speak? We're really, really, really concerned. Thank you for hearing these comments.
Thank you for that. Mr. Mayerfeld, are you prepared with your comments?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Mayer Mayerfeld, Mayermerfeld. I live in Brooklyn, New York City. I'm a certified building biologist, certified as an expert electromagnetic radiation expert on electromagnetic radiation. I've done hundreds of assessments over the last 5 years on residential homes, on all forms of EMF, including magnetic fields, electric fields, dirty electricity, and so on. The smart meters, there are two components to smart meters of concern for health. Number one is the microwave radiation that they emit in their signaling. And number two is possibly more important than the microwave radiation is the dirty electricity that they put back onto the home wiring and back onto the grid. What is dirty electricity? You had the good fortune of having a world expert, Dr. Magda Havas, speak to you about it before. She is an eminent expert in the field. I'm honored to be able to speak at the same forum as her. Dirty electricity is an industry term coined by the power companies to describe distortions in the power frequency. Those are caused by modern electronic devices, including transmitters. Transmitters all operate on direct current. In order to change alternating current, which supplies our power, to direct current, they need to use what's called a switch mode power supply, which turns the current on and off many thousands of times per second. When it does that, it creates arcing and sparking on the current. Those sparks generate an electric field that is of a higher voltage than the regular 120 volts on your power line. It can go very high, in fact. The technical term for this is high frequency voltage transients, if you don't want to use the more vulgar term of dirty electricity. This is present on the entire electrical grid now. It's compounded by the fact that the utility companies use the grounding system of all our homes and all the utility poles as part of the return current path back to the substations. So whether you like it or not, even if you don't have a smart meter, you're going to have some level of dirty electricity on your home wiring, unless you want to mitigate it with a capacitor filter or a similar type of device. The dirty electricity from, well, let me go like this. I'm doing this without notes, so I'm doing it from my head. A few years back in 2017, Dr. Samuel Milham, who's one of the pioneers in this field, testified to the Arizona Public Service Utility Commission about the dirty electricity from the smart meters. And he basically explained it, like I just said, even if you don't have a smart meter, you can get the effects of the smart meter, the dirty electricity coming up on your grounding system from somebody else's smart meter. I can tell you, even if you have an opt-out plan in place for the people of New Mexico, even if you opt out of a smart meter, but your neighbors who are probably not as well informed as you, they're not going to opt out of smart meter. You're still going to be exposed to the microwave radiation from their smart meters and the dirty electricity that they put back on the grid. The smart meters are designed to send a microwave pulse that can go right through concrete, go right through your walls. So even if you have your own smart meter in your home and you shield your own smart meter, you're still going to get the effects from your neighbor's smart meters. So this is an involuntary exposure without informed consent, without consent by many people. That in itself should be grounds to stop it. The dangers of microwave radiation exposure are well known. We usually refer to it as radio frequency radiation, but all of these modern devices that we're using are microwaves. The only difference between them and your microwave oven, if you use one, is the amount of power put in behind that microwave. But they all affect the body. Going back to dirty electricity, what is
Please
the problem
conclude
with
your
dirty?
testimony. Please
Oh,
conclude your commentary, sir.
All right, I will conclude there, and I thank you for allowing me to speak. And I urge you to not allow these things to be put into New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hans, you're on mute if you're talking.
Thank you, Chairman O'Connell. That is the end of the second batch of people who had asked to comment. It is 12:52. I have received a third batch of people who have wished to make comment. I am inclined to think that a lot of these may have occurred after the deadline, but we will give an opportunity to speak. But right now, I am going to provide a lunch break for our staff and court reporter. Mr. Lee, would 1:30 be sufficient enough of a lunch break for you, or what is your preference?
Yes, sir.
All right, then I will post the list. I am going to recommend that we go on a lunch break until 1:30. I will post the list of names that we will be going through once we come back after that break on my share screen. If you do not wish to hang around until this afternoon session, I once again invite you to submit your comments via email to prc.records@prc.nm.gov. If that may be more time efficient for people. But I am going to allow a lunch break now until 12:30, so that in order to give a proper break for my court reporter and other staff who are working here. So let me
Do you mean 1:30? Do you mean
1:30 New Mexico time? Sorry if I keep stumbling on that. The day has slipped away from me. So with that, we will be off the record, Mr. Court Reporter, and we will resume at 1:30.
Thank you, sir.
Man, this is.
Hello?
Okay, I'm noting is 1:30. Mr. Lee, are we ready to go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
All right, then let's reconvene after our break here. Go back on, continuing the public commentary session. This is the third batch of individuals who are able to sign up just before the 9 o'clock indication of the meeting beginning. Still have a handful of individuals to go through. I have noted who has already been able to speak previously, as some of these were duplicative. But we will begin. I'll begin at the top of the list. Oops, one person to admit. And once again, I mean, we've heard a variety of comments already. If for the most part your comment is either in support or against the PNM grid modernization, you can limit your comments to basically saying you are in support or against. Or alternatively, as I said before, you do have the option to submit additional email comments to prc.records@prc.nm.gov. But I do hope we can get through this last batch within the next hour here. But still providing everyone an opportunity to talk who has. I will not be entertaining, I've checked with the staff, I will not be entertaining any additional commentary beyond this list or beyond people who were on the list. There was a strict deadline to show up for commentary. But I did confirm that people on this list had inquired prior to. So let's start with Janet Wallet Ortiz. Janet, if you are joined us, could you unmute yourself and identify yourself for the court reporter? Hearing no response, seeing no name indicated, Glenna Chance. Seeing no name indicated. Hearing no response. Nick Levis. Levis, Nick. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Jeannie Ford. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Valerie Burns. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Douglas Bailey, who I do see as a participant. Mr. Bailey?
I'm here. That's DOUGLASBAILEY. I'm a resident of Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm a PNM electric user, and I am opposed to the grid modernization to upgrade to smart meters. I would beg that this not be approved and not go forward. I've experienced my own health issues with just EMF from my computers, which I've now shut off and am doing much better, but I do not want a smart meter. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Next on the list is Cynthia Van, VANN. Cynthia,
Yes. Do you hear me?
we can.
Good. I'm Cynthia Van, and I'm from Prescott, Arizona. And I would not be in favor of seeing New Mexico get smart meters. And I have commentary for that. In 2016, I began noticing many spontaneous symptoms happening while in my home and outside. I practiced a healthy diet, having eliminated junk food, alcohol, and most sugar and meat for the past 28 years. My diet is plant-based, so I didn't have any symptoms or sicknesses for 28 years. Despite this, I began to notice frequent spontaneous nosebleeds. Also more frequent canker sores. In one instance, I had 8 sores appearing at once in my mouth. I had streaks of light, like lightning bolts, that would grow bigger and bigger, obstructing my vision. I got frequent finger rashes. My thumb would be covered in a spider pattern that would open into cracks and start to bleed. It was raw and painful. I had always been a sound sleeper, but my slumber began to degrade. I would waken in the middle of the night trying sleeping aids. I felt very restless. These symptoms came on so gradually, I almost dismissed them. But as I created this list, I realized how many had appeared. I began feeling dizzy with labored breathing as I worked in my kitchen where the smart meter was located on the outside wall. Seeking relief for the shortness of breath, I tried breathing into paper bags for a while, which helped a little. I began to have heart palpitations, and they were becoming more frequent. My heart would sometimes pound spontaneously. I had never had dizzy spells before, but now I had to sit down when I got them. I was in a low-level worried state, not really knowing where to go for answers, when a friend who heard my story recommended the documentary, Take Back Your Power. I watched this documentary and realized all the symptoms mentioned were like mine. I began getting rid of the smart meters at my home and all appliances whose power source was microwave radiation. I am completely symptom-free. I was completely symptom-free 2 weeks after the smart meters left, and up to today, I am symptom-free, although still sensitive to exposure. I'm careful to not drive by cell towers, and I ask people to turn off their cell phones or let me put their phone in a Faraday bag. I don't attend any gathering of more than 4 people, as it's a social disaster to tell people to turn off their phones. I don't travel, and I don't take walks in neighborhoods with houses close together or drive or walk near a hospital, as all are highly full of radiation and exposure for me. In the last days of my smart meter, I almost totally lost my short-term memory. It got worse and worse. When the smart meter departed, I got my memory back. I was never so grateful. And that's my commentary.
Thank you for your commentary. Next, I have Gloria Shen, who I do see as a participant. Gloria, go ahead.
Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you.
Great. Name is Gloria, Gloria, last name Shen. Good afternoon. I'm calling from North Carolina. I implore you to weigh very heavily why New Mexico would have smart meters deployed, after years of prioritizing the interests of the public before the utility corporation. Factoring into the decision to have made the state free of smart meters before this time were likely these facts. 1, no insurance company is willing to insure these smart meters, and you have to wonder why that is. The risks and liabilities are too great to insure without incurring significant losses. Just look at how some utility corporations in other parts of the U.S. that have deployed smart meters have indicated in their own SEC 10K filings how this technology presents risks that can adversely impact bottom line. 2, these smart meters present fire risk to property and also life, with no surge protection between the circuit breaker and the power source. 3, they pose significant health risks to humans, wildlife, and plants, with a preponderance of peer-reviewed studies in existence to corroborate that fact. Many of those risks have already been articulated by world-renowned health expert Dr. Havas, who is here today. 4, the standards for the purported safety of the 900 megahertz radio frequency emissions seen in cell phones and smart meters is based on tests run by the FCC from 1996 that are now 27 years old. Given the rapidity of technological change, 27 years might as well be 100 years. How would it reflect to make decisions relying on data that's that old? 5, it costs money to run the meters. They're constantly transmitting data and therefore running beyond just the measurement of utility usage on the ratepayer's dime. 6, putting New Mexico's utility on the grid exposes it to cybersecurity threats. 7, the AMI smart meters are like miniature computers. Parts become outdated, no longer manufactured. So I ask that this question be posed to the utility. How does it intend to deal with the obsolescence of parts? Will it identify and replace the part that has malfunctioned, or replace the whole meter and expect ratepayers to foot the bill? 8, there's an invasion of privacy as smart meters collect fine-grained data. These are just some of the risks associated with smart meters with no net benefit to the public. New Mexico had taken the right position in keeping the state smart meter free all these years. The system's not broken. It's working for the public. It's working for the environment. I respectfully exhort you, don't try to fix something that's not broken. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Judy Kemecki, Kemecsei. Judy? Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Jesus Mendoza.
Yes, this is, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is Jesus Mendoza, JESUSMENDOZA. I have been homebound for almost 12 years with a painful, debilitating, and life-threatening electrosensitivity, which was caused and aggravated by wireless microwave radiation. I am in pain all the time. I have been violently ill several times. At times, I struggle to breathe even with oxygen. This is a horrible way to die. Twice, the Social Security has found my EHS a medically determinable and severe physical impairment, meaning that acceptable medical evidence has proven that exposure to even low levels, including the levels emitted by smart meters, are causing me severe harm to my immunological and neurological systems. Several times, the Social Security has found EHS a disability. These legal decisions prove, as a matter of law, that even low levels of radiation cause severe harm even to adults. These legal decisions prove, as a matter of law, that exposure to even the low levels of radiation emitted by smart meters cause severe harm even to adults. These decisions prove, as a matter of law, that most doctors are misdiagnosing and mistreating with harmful drugs, harmful invasive procedures, and deadly painkillers the symptoms and signs caused by microwave radiation, and which can be confounded with the symptoms and signs of most illnesses, including catastrophic, irreversible, and deadly illnesses. These legal decisions also prove that smart meters are causing catastrophic, irreversible, and deadly harm to millions of children and of other defenseless and unsuspecting victims. This decision can be used to request our doctors, nurses, and other medical practitioners to get the necessary training to diagnose and treat the harm caused by wireless microradiation. And these decisions can be used to request power companies to replace smart meters with analog meters. And these decisions can also be used to request school officials not to expose our children to microwave radiation in school as detailed by the Statement of Physical Disabilities, by the motion to recuse 3 federal judges, and by the criminal complaint submitted to the Special Prosecution Division in Austin, Texas, and posted on the case law section of J. Mendoza at wirelesswatchblog.org, wirelesswatchblog.org. Thank you very much for using this evidence to protect our children and other defenseless and unsuspecting victims. Respectfully, thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. Next on my list, I have Jim Kelty, Kelty. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Jonathan Burns. Mr. Mendoza, if you could please mute your phone. Jonathan Burns, hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Peggy McCarthy.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Go ahead and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
PEGGYMCCARTY.
Give me 1 second here, Peggy. Let me mute a phone here. Okay, go ahead with your commentary.
I've been a Santa Fe resident for most of 25 years. I've been a private music teacher. And about 7 years ago, I took a break and moved to Boulder, Colorado for 3 years. I was already sensitive to EMF radiation, especially radio frequencies. While I was in Boulder, I participated in a hands-on study, was exposed to RF radiation, and my body responses recorded, pulse and such things, and it was verified that I was having negative body responses to the radiation. I've been having symptoms of headaches, sleeplessness, low energy, brain fog when I was exposed to those types of radiation. First, I stayed with a friend in El Dorado Springs in the canyon. I thought that maybe I'd be safe from EMFs there. And the first night I got a splitting headache, nauseousness, couldn't sleep, and left the next morning. Later on, I came back and rented a room in a house in town in Boulder and started to notice that when I cooked in the kitchen, I was jittery, exhausted, had brain fog, couldn't do a good job of cooking, and started avoiding the kitchen. And it occurred to me to look outside and see if there was a meter on the other side of the kitchen wall. And there was. And I was told that it was not a smart meter, that it was a digital meter. And I let it pass. Later on, I moved into another house for my 3rd year there. And after having sleeping problems and enough symptoms for it to occur to me again to look on the outside of the house, I found out there was a meter right on the other side of the bedroom wall, right at the head of my bed. By that time, I was believing it was a smart meter, even though people were trying to deny that Boulder had smart meters. By the end of my 3rd year in this house, I was diagnosed with cancer. And I decided to leave and come back to Santa Fe and deal with it. And I can't help but make a personal correlation of cause and effect, or at least that those meters probably helped my immune system go down and contributed to my getting cancer. At this point in Santa Fe, I'm living in a condo complex with 24 units in my building. It won't do me any good to opt out whatsoever. And I'm not looking forward to the possibility that I'll feel obligated to move out of state to that one state with no smart meters if we end up having smart meters here. I think I've learned my lesson. I think I need to stay away from them. And I would really, really, really like to see this not happen and have our state and our people continue to be protected, because I think it makes a huge difference. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Arlene Sanchez. Arlene Sanchez. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Next, I have Joey Marti, M-A-R-T-I.
Hello, this is Joey, J-O-E-Y, last name Marti, M-A-R-T-I. I'm actually a resident of Colorado. So I really appreciate that you guys are having this platform to begin with, because we didn't get that opportunity. And now I'm having to opt out and potentially be infiltrated by my neighbors who have no idea. It's been lovely to hear this conversation with everybody who knows the stuff that I know. So I wish we had this opportunity to open it up to my community. I'm not going to reiterate what everyone else has said, but I truly support them in the potential negative health benefits this is going to create on society as a whole. The things that I have not heard mentioned, I think are more important, is harmonic analysis. That these corporations are using this type of technology through the smart meters to essentially understand the everyday nuances of the devices we use. And it shouldn't be done this way. This is against our privacy. With the adoption of AI technologies, this goes even further. So when you connect harmonic analysis with AI technologies, what can this do? I don't know. We need to understand that at least my energy company here is a monopoly. It's Excel. I have no other choice to choose who my energy provider is. It's provided to me. And so they have the ability to harness data and sell that to other companies for profit. What happens with this data? It also becomes a honeypot for people to be able to steal this data and use it for their own analysis. So I think it's important to understand the monetary incentives that are behind companies choosing to do this type of data mining and the money that they'll make from that. If it is about money, which it usually is, I think that it's important to deny these corporations from being able to gain money this way and instead provide them better alternatives to be able to strengthen their electrical grid, keep us safe, as well as be able to make that money in a different way. And so one way that many companies are doing this, Texas is a great example, is integrating Bitcoin mining into their energy infrastructure, because it allows for grid stabilization. And it can also provide them money as well, because they can have these Bitcoin miners turn off and on whenever they need to in order to stabilize the grid. That's essentially what's happening behind these smart meters, is they want to be able to incentivize customers to use electricity only at certain times by giving them different price rates because of the time of use, essentially. And so Bitcoin mining essentially would be able to disrupt that and allow the companies to still make the money that they need to be able to make. Again, it goes back to the health of our community. I think it's very apparent that many people are affected by the negative implications of EMF technologies, and we need to be able to limit that as well as have our own self-sovereignty of the choice. Here in Colorado, they're charging me $20 a month to opt out of the system. I think it's absolutely ridiculous, but it's that important where I will pay it. So I hope that your community decides to not implement this technology at all, and most especially not charge people for wanting to have a healthy environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I have Molly Hunt. Molly Hunt, if you are available.
Hello.
Yes,
Hi, can you hear me?
we can.
Afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My name is Dr. Molly Hunt. I'm going to speak first from my personal experience and then my professional capacity as a clinical psychologist trained at Harvard Medical School. I won't go into great detail about that because exactly.
Dr. Hunt, we are having, your audio is getting disrupted right now. I don't know if you can move to a better area.
Oh, okay, hang on. Thanks for letting me know. Is that it? Oh, Jesus. Is that any better?
You're
Is that any
speaking.
better?
Yeah, I'm not getting the disruption.
You are getting disruption?
Your voice is
Okay,
a
let
little
me try
cleaner,
one
but
other.
it's not going in and out. So let's try that.
Okay, let me try one other method, okay? Okay, how about this?
Much better.
Okay, great. So let me start over, if you may. Good afternoon, Mr. Hearing Examiner. My name is Dr. Molly Hunt, and I live in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I wish to speak first from my personal experience and then in my professional capacity as a clinical psychologist trained at Harvard Medical School. Like many of the people you've heard from, I developed electromagnetic hypersensitivity syndrome, dramatically impacted my life. I am no longer able to go into public buildings, libraries, museums, downtown, people's homes where their radio frequencies in particular are high. That's obviously the same technology as smart meters. It's not an illusory correlation. Take me out into the country, and I can tell you exactly when we come into range, whether it's cell range, whatever. I can tell you exactly when radio frequencies are hitting me based on the symptoms in my body, which include heart arrhythmia, dizziness, inflammation, headaches, etc. As a clinical psychologist, I can kind of see how, if this has never happened to you, you might think, wow, these people are crazy. I'm ashamed to say I might have had that bias before it happened to me. I hope it never happens to you or anyone listening or concerned about this issue. If it does, you'll know what I mean. Even if it were a mental illness, we need to protect our mentally ill as much as anyone else in the population. I don't believe that's what it is. As a trained scientist, I went straight to look at the research. And I noticed two things. One is that the research that exists is quite alarming. The incidence of cancer, neurological disorders, immunological disorders, endocrine disorders, et cetera, is very concerning. I was also interested in impact on wildlife, who obviously don't have psychological issues involved in this whole thing. They avoid radio frequencies, such as smart meters emit. The other thing that I noticed is how inadequate the research is. Here we are as a society, immersing ourselves in higher and higher levels of radio frequencies, such as smart. And we haven't actually adequately researched the impact on us. as far as we may know, it could be impacting all of us. You just may not be aware of it. There may be symptoms that you wouldn't think to connect. Some of us are just more sensitive than others. What I'm particularly concerned about is our children. We don't know what radio frequencies are doing to developing brains and bodies. Are we really willing to subject an entire generation to higher and higher levels of these emissions without really knowing what we're doing? Our children are not able to provide informed consent. In fact, none of us are, because we don't have the information. We have anecdotal evidence, such as you've heard today. We could learn more first before taking this risk. And that's what bewilders me.
Please conclude your comments.
What, excuse me?
Please conclude.
Okay. In conclusion, I'd like to quote Gandhi. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. As our leaders, I ask, what kind of a society do you want to create? We don't know the risks, the unintended but knowable consequences of what we're doing here today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Excuse me, Mr. Mueller. Ms. Hunt, could you spell your name for me, please, Dr. Hunt?
Dr. Molly Hunt, Molly Hunt.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Right, next, I have Kathleen Pritch. It's Prlich. Kathleen, if you are on the call with us. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Grayson Porter. I do see we have a Grayson. Grayson Porter, if you can unmute yourself.
Trying. Am I there?
You are
good.
there.
I made it. Okay. Let's see. Grayson Porter. It's GraysonPorter. And I have a little story. I'm from Fort Myers, Florida originally, and they brought in the smart meters in 2012. I fought it. I didn't know they were coming in because they didn't tell us like they're supposed to. So about 2 years later, there was a hardening project next to my house. I discovered I had smart meters. I'm like, well, no wonder. I'm so tired all the time now. So anyway, then I started to really focus on it. And I had already knew about Dr. Klinghardt and how he said after 5 years, all over Europe, wherever they put in smart meters, the cancer would go through the roof. So I watched and I waited. And in 2017, 5 years after they went in, our commissioner, Larry Kiker, died of a fast-acting cancer. But the more crazy thing was the Florida, what do they call it? Florida Cancer Research Institute. And they were under indictment, so they're not a particularly great company. They built 3 multi-million-dollar cancer treatment warehouses. They could shovel the people in one end and then pick them up on the other. It was so creepy. One of them was right by my house. And I met someone who was a disgruntled employee there. And they used to actually assess how much money each patient was worth and then tailor the treatment to that amount of money. It was just so horrible. And then I sat there and I thought, I can't get through to anybody here. And they're bringing in 5G. And on top of that, Elon Musk has 12,000 satellites in orbit now. And if you looked at if you get an electromagnetic radiation meter and you put it next to your smartphone, you're looking at 300,000 microwatts sitting still, boosting as high as 3.5 million microwatts on a call. So how can any public agency even think that it would be any type of good idea to bring in more? So that's all I wanted to share. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next person on the list is Susan Pippin. Susan Pippin. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Next person is Halima Martin, Halimah Martin. Hearing no response and seeing no name listed. Susan Sulk, SULC. Hearing no response, no name listed. Shirley Jackson. Who do I know is on as a participant? Shirley?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Go ahead and spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Shirley Jackson, SHIRLEY Jackson, JACKSON. My background is as a career educator for the Palm Beach County school system. It's a pretty large county-wide district. I was a district grant writer, a research project manager, and a safe schools coordinator. I worked with data to identify students who were facing risks and coming up with ways to prevent problems and support them. And that's what I'm doing here. Bottom line, I'm kind of a keen observer. I'm real good about reading research, making objective decisions, and also reading government regulations. I also personally had to take a medical leave and then later an early retirement because of what I found to be the effects of various electromagnetic fields. There was one room in one school where I often trained teachers where if I stayed there over half an hour, I would continue to hear what people were saying to me, but literally was unable to understand what they were saying. It took me about 2 years of appointments and a lot of doctors saying they had no ideas before I created my own database to track my activities and my symptoms. And that opened the door to my awareness that electromagnetic fields were affecting my bodily functions. Rolling out smart meters in New Mexico is the gateway to a substantial downgrade on environmental quality, which will directly erode the good health of your people, pollinators, and other creatures, and decrease cybersecurity. I highly recommend you closely look at Dr. Magda Hava's submission, her down-to-earth, absolutely impeccable research findings and analysis will give you gems of what I call reality. Reality is in opposition to what I call half-truths. I'd like to comment on a couple of half-truths that may easily trick you, and then also some other personal experiences. Basically, the regulatory half-truths are number one, that only heat can cause problems. Dr. Hafiz has gone over that, but the second one I think is real important with smart meters. The regulatory protections are based only on the exposures of one single device at a time versus the reality of what really exists around us every day. Now, this is absolutely illustrated in how I found out. I knew FP&L, Florida Power and Light, was going to be installing smart meters all across South Florida, and months and months went on. When was it going to happen? I identified the day that it happened because I got out of my car. I went to my 4-unit apartment building, which is just seconds away from the Atlantic Ocean. I started walking back the side yard to visit a tenant, and all of a sudden there was an onset of disequilibrium. I got out of the car, had to hold myself up against the apartment wall in order to walk back to the back tenant's apartment. I got more and more wobbly as I went there. I said, am I crazy or what is happening? So then this was when I was still walking 4 miles a day, every day. Although I had arranged for an opt-out already, so they weren't on my apartment building. The apartment building north of us had 12 smart meters, 7 feet off of my property line, and that's what I was running into.
Please conclude your commentary.
Okay. Basically, I went to the town council, FP&L came, and we had this nice interaction. Only what they said, a person asked, how many times does this meter transmit? The FP&L person, who happened to bring his vice president along with him to handle the projector, said, oh, it only transmits 6 times a day. I was absolutely dumbfounded. 2 years later, I found out in the California administrative hearings that 6 times a day, half truth, it goes back to central, but 9,600 times a day it transmits. One other moment. Last week, people know me to help them. A mother came to me. She has an 8-year-old son who's delightful, but has increasingly bad learning and behavior problems. I went through his home. I found that the special place that they had set up for him to have a quiet study area was right behind the other side of a wall for the where the smart meter was. We are taking care of putting up shielding. He's already been suggested to go to a neurologist, and I'm hoping that we can prevent him getting the prescriptions of very high controlled substances that are typically given to kids who have these kinds of problems. Thank you so much. Please defend your people's health.
Thank you very much for your commentary. Next, I have Dr. Rosie McLennan. Dr. McLennan, are you available? Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Tom Altman, who I do see as a participant. Tom, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Tom Altman, A-L-T-M-A-N, first name T-O-M. I am the founder of Pennsylvanians Against Smart Meters. I had to go off grid because of smart meters, so I don't have any electric coming to my house from the utility now. Unfortunately, most people can't afford to fork out 30 or 40,000.
I'm sorry, Mr. Altman, you are breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
There is something in the background, perhaps. On.
We're getting feedback from Shirley. Shirley, can you mute, please?
Sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Is that better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So just to make it clear for the court reporter, TOMALTMAN, Pennsylvanians Against Smart Meters. I'm off grid. It was a struggle to go off grid. I don't have that kind of money laying around, and most people don't have the money to spend $30,000 or $40,000 to go off grid. As founder of Pennsylvanians Against Smart Meters, I can give you a little bit about what happened here on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania wrote a bill that was specifically said that if you want a smart meter, you have to ask for it. And before I go there, I will say there is a place for smart meters for people who have large solar farms or the the very large industries like the steelmaking industry that use the most electricity, but those people are far less than 1% of the actual users. Those are actually good applications for smart meters, but for ordinary homes, they stink. That's the nicest way I can put it. So anyway, Pennsylvania wrote an opt-in bill. The Pennsylvania Utility Commission, they appear to be unlawfully influenced by the utilities, and it's codified. And when I say unlawfully, I mean against the Constitution, not against the code or the statute. What happens on Pennsylvania is the Utility Commission is funded by the utilities, and then the utilities have their rate controlled by the Utility Commission. So basically, the more money the utilities make, the more money the Utility Commission gets. So it's just a dirty system that's been codified, and it's illegal, but it's not against statute. I would hate to see that happen in another state. So as a result of this hand in glove thing with the utilities and the commission that's supposed to oversee them, it's impossible to get a fair hearing by the Pennsylvania Public Utility Commission on anything that's going to significantly affect the income of the utilities. As far as security is concerned, somebody mentioned hacking in the last group, and I have personally talked to a technician who installed smart meters, and we talked for quite a while. And when we first started talking, he said, "Well, they can't be hacked." And I ran a computer company, and I'm absolutely certain they could be hacked before he said anything. But the longer we talked, he finally admitted that he himself had hacked smart meters. And even if and he didn't say it took any special equipment, but even if it did take any special equipment, any disgruntled employee could take the equipment with them home and hack in. So the data that's on there is it's a radio wave. It's transmitted. It's anybody that wants to take the time to learn how to do it. There's probably a YouTube.
Please conclude your commentary.
That's pretty much it. That's and I just, to be really specific, it's a disaster on Pennsylvania. I'd hate to see that come to your state.
Thank you for your commentary, Mr. Altman. Next, I have Karen Cook. Karen Cook. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Mariana Hartsong. Mariana Hartsong. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. Steve Ronine. Steve Ronine. Hearing no response, seeing no name listed. And Andrea Adler, who I see is on the participant list.
Yes, can you hear me?
Well, I can.
Great. So my name is Andrea Adler. I'm the recipient of radiation poisoning from 9 smart meters.
Could you please spell your name for the court reporter first, please, Andrea?
Andrea Adler.
Thank you.
Once again, I'm the recipient of radiation poisoning from 9 smart meters. After living for 1 month in an apartment on Zia Road in Santa Fe, New Mexico, I began to experience this cumulative effect of these nefarious meters. All 9 meters were placed on a bank outside my bedroom wall and became the beginning of my demise. After this discovery, I was unable to work. My brain no longer had the capacity to function, and I am a writer and a marketing consultant. I developed vertigo and severe tinnitus. My body could not stop shaking, and I could no longer sleep in my apartment, so I slept in my car. I had to find places where there were no transformers or overhead lights because any kind of electricity accentuated my symptoms. I had to then sell my car because the electronics were so strong, and I had to buy a 1996 Jeep Cherokee. I seemed to be the canary in the coal mine because nobody believed what I was going through because of those meters. I could not even be close to a refrigerator, a TV, an electric heater, an air conditioner, a Wi-Fi, cell phones, etc. I could no longer digest any food. My whole body stopped working. My friends and family thought I was crazy. After 4 years of spending thousands of dollars, moving to several places to find relief, I discovered I was not the only one. Electrosensitivity, which supports the theory that abrupt exposure to high levels of microwave radiation, like those emitted by smart meters, can cause people to become more and more sensitive to sources of EMF and radiation exposure. I had to leave Santa Fe, and I loved Santa Fe because the 5G became so strong for me. I am now living in a Faraday cage in Ennis, Texas, and looking to buy a home where I can mitigate this dangerous radiation that exists inside and outside the home. It literally took me 4 years to slowly rebuild my strength. I was at the beginning 120 pounds when I started this journey, and I had to go down to 85. Now I am slowly climbing back up. Wake up, Santa Fe. Be strong and get those things off your houses. They can be placed very far away. Thank you.
Thank you for your commentary. That concludes the third batch list of names that I've been presented of people who submitted for public comment before 9 a.m. this morning. I am currently seeing 31 participants listed on the Zoom still. I'm not seeing if there's a name that you feel I did not call your name and should have been on one of the 3 lists. If you can, raise your hand so I can review and let me double check to see if you are on the list, or indicate your name to me. Unmute yourself and indicate your name if you don't have the list function. Becky, can you unmute yourself and give me your last name, please?
Yes, it's Moore, M-O-R-R.
Okay, I recognize that name. Go ahead and make your public comment, please.
Mostly, I would just like to reiterate the comments of Dr. Molly Hunt, Andrea Adler, Shirley Jackson, and some of the others who have spoken. I don't need to say what they've said again. They really said it well. The other thing I would say is I live in Michigan, and we had some of the first smart meters. I had never heard of smart meters. I was told we were going to get these new meters. It happened on a Saturday, and I came home, walked in. I had no anticipation of any problem. I had never heard of a smart meter. I immediately had a very weird, jittery feeling. I couldn't remember. I started not remembering things, some of the same symptoms people had before. So it was not in my head. I ended up, because mine was one of the first in the neighborhood in my town, I was able to stay with a friend and saw immediate changes when I was not able to be there. One of my concerns, as has been mentioned, is children. You've probably noticed that many of us who have complaints are older, but what about children whose brains are just developing, who have a lifetime to go? I think anybody who has had any serious health challenge knows that if you have a serious health condition, you don't have a lot going for you. And we are really playing with fire with what we're doing to our children. I think you have a wonderful opportunity here, because what if you didn't have smart meters? You would be able to do an analysis in 10 years of how your health, how your violence, how your mental health, and all those things compare to states who have really gone into smart meters. And it just seems like you have a wonderful opportunity here to make a difference, not only for your own population, but for any studies that could come out of what happens if you don't have smart meters. Thank you. That's what I wanted to say.
I am not seeing.
Hi, Mr. Mueller. Kathleen Burke here. I'm on the service list for this case. I don't know if I'm allowed to give public comment or not.
Are you on the service list as an intervener, Ms. Burke?
Yes, sir.
Right. It's generally, if you are an intervener, we generally refrain. Public comment is really just for the public commentary set portion. If you're an intervener, the proper way is to file comments.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
That is, I am seeing no other hands. Is there anyone who is on the call right now that feels that I did not call their name or feel they should have been allowed to make public comment after signing up for commentary? Hearing none. Mr. Lee, is there any other information that you require?
No, I think I can get that all after the fact. Thank you, sir.
Okay. This will then conclude the public comment portion for today. I appreciate everyone coming out. This was quite a large group of commenters, and we were able to advance through it very structured and in a very efficient manner. So I appreciate everyone hanging in there and be waiting their turn appropriately to make commentary today. Chair O'Connell, would you like to say anything in closing for this portion of the public hearing?
Yeah, thank you, Hans. I just want to thank everyone for your comments, and I encourage you to tune into evidentiary hearing, which begins Monday morning at 9 a.m. There's a YouTube link on the PRC webpage, which you can use to view that hearing. It's going to be online only. So, and then again, as Hans said, thanks to everyone, and especially Mr. Lee for your public service in handling, not just the transcription of this, but handling it through the Zoom channel. So appreciate everyone and Mr. Lee, and this public comment hearing is concluded.
And if you could send whatever docs you have, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. With that, we are adjourned. Thank you.